Okay, Nat. I think please make sure to disable this.
I did long time.
We don't have people who are writing. Otherwise, I think I am ready on my site. Everything is up. You can now take us through the presentation. We are live on YouTube for those who are not able to join the meeting. Thank you very much, Nat.
Okay, thank you very much. Today is one of the most exciting and very critical presentation I'm making as we really go close to make sure that we have the very first historical trade on SADC exchange, and that's going to see the whole presentation is very important for every one of you. With all the excitement that is building, you should also be able to enjoy the journey as Weownomy develops at every week. Every week to us in Weownomy is like a year. So we do a great deal. And I think by the time you're able to have all these weekly Zoom meetings, they really give you a very wonderful perspective to understand exactly so much as we focus on the trades that are coming in, but so important as well as we build one of the best companies globally. Again, this is an ecosystem. There's a social media, and there's quite a lot of other important pieces. Weownomy Digital Bank. We're going to have quite a lot to really share with you. So we're building an ecosystem, and in a week, as I tell you, it's like a year in Weownomy. And so you have to really be ready when you are with a disruptive company like Weownomy to be able to really appreciate what we do. So today, the whole subject is Weon's multi-billion-dollar commercial trade model on SADC digital marketplace. And it's something very important for you guys to know. And then the very important use case is global remittances and the social media users. So as you know, we started with the social media part of it, which is our main backbone business model is built on social media. And again, now we have another amazing, unique, important ecosystem build up that is our own Weon. And we also have, that's the user-owned cryptocurrency. And we also, again, to be able to introduce very important information today, which will be very important for you as you always need to pay attention every weekend to understand. And as I repeat again, every week in Weownomy is like a year. So don't really get confused, because when you're dealing with a disruptive company, you should expect to see quite a lot of important developments that are built on what already you know, and are very quickly important, not only to help you, but again, to position the whole company across the world, and in particular to serve the African continent. So that is wonderful and very important to share with you. So as again, we prepare, I would like to share with you the very important updates. The due diligence is still going on according to SADC Exchange, and the very important part is we have talked to them, and they have also requested us to understand the commercial approach, and that's what I'm explaining to you, the commercial approach of how the whole operations will be. We're going on SADC Exchange. It's going to take quite a lot of many months, more than 34 months. And so it's not a capital raising activity. It is a totally unique ecosystem that we're going to set up on SADC Exchange. And it will, as you learn today, it will really help to explain the best of what the world will really benefit from this. It's amazing. It's never happened. And it's just gonna hit. It's not only Facebook. We now have ecosystems that have been like Western Union, MoneyGram, PayPal, all of those ones. Now they're also going to have that kind of impact from what Weownomy is bringing in that space. And again, a lot of people are going to be very excited, our loved ones globally, because Weownomy business model is there for you, and it wants to empower the personal income. So anything that we really think is going to build the personal incomes of people, that comes into a business model, and we have to introduce it. So as you know, as we bring our all disruptive business model to play and to be able to educate you. So we first start by giving you some use case studies to understand why Weownomy is adopting that. And then you're able to understand much more clear that where we are, ever since you joined Weownomy, we have actually progressed a great deal more than what you can imagine. If you're not only focusing on understanding only the SEDEC exchange aspect of the trades for you guys to cash out, but also to understand the growth and the whole development of what Weownomy has achieved ever since you guys came on board. It's amazing. And for that, we'll be able to show you step by step so that you can be able to really appreciate that the company you're in is not going anywhere, but actually is taking you to much better position economically. And now Weownomy is going not only to build an ecosystem that, again, changes quite a lot of paradigm shift. Paradigm shift means we actually are now bringing a totally different development that not only changes you as an individual, your loved ones, but again goes to build a unique economic impact across all the different section entities, nations. And so this is amazing. And so we have all these unique pieces that you'll be able to learn. So with that said, I would like to just put it very clearly. Today, we have 7 pieces, points. Number one is the Weow's airdrop. Now, on SEDEC Exchange, we have done already 20,000 plus airdrops. And as I told you the other day, that whoever has not yet received the airdrop, count it as received, because we have your data, all your information. We're just going to have everything shifted to SEDEC Exchange, and we're going to have more than 10 billion tokens, which will be airdropped for a period of 34 months, and to 1 billion addresses. And as you know, each of our token is what, 57.37. So we're dropping tokens worth $570 billion, and very smartly. So smart airdrops will look for the targets, which we believe we're going to be able to build a wonderful ecosystem of Weow's. Now, today, for the first time, you'll be able to learn that Weow's use case is going to deal with 2 things: the global remittance market, and in addition to what you already know, the social media users. Who are you guys who came in? And most of you are co-owners. I'll be able to give you an example of a country called El Salvador. The president there just made Bitcoin legal, and for what purposes? Mainly targeting the global remittance use case. Today, we'll also be able to explain to you our own new payment system, Weownomy Pay, which is going to be very critical in launching not only the payments and the, you can send, okay, to make it easier for people to send and trade Weow's and receive funds via trades from SEDEC Exchange. But again, it will open a way for people who are globally. So for the first time, instead of sending, let me say, $57 to your family members, imagine every transaction on Weow network, you will be rewarded with an extra amount on top of what was sent or received by participating in the trades of Weowns on SEDEC Exchange with zero transaction fees within our network and outside our network. That means if you pair with Bitcoin, you pair with Ethereum, and there's any cost involved there, the company, Weowns, will be able to deal with that and you will not be able to pay. That is very powerful because it's the critical part that will help us to build Weowns globally, and it will help us to get quite a lot of our loved ones, so that if our loved ones are sending $57 to their family, they can be able to get an addition of 50 Weowns, which they can trade without even them knowing how to trade. Provided they have an account with Weownomy Pay, they can literally have their $2,850 extra. The person who's sending and the person who's receiving, they can be able to share a portion of the 50 Weowns, and that's magic, that's powerful, and that's disruptive. That's what makes everything so special about Weownomy. So it's amazing, and so we want to explain to you, we want to take you step by step. And again, this new use case of remittance is going to sustain all of your monthly payouts, because we will need on a monthly payouts to get all of your different Weowns, which needs to go to the market for the remittance people who want to send to their loved ones to be engaged in the trades. And whatever transaction fees that they do pay, they are totally eliminated, provided they are using the Weowns network. And the Weowns network is going to leverage the Weownomy Pay payment system, which is ready by next week. So that is one of the wonderful commercial trade model that we are bringing in the history of the world, starting with you. And that's what we call a historical wedding day on SEDEC Exchange. So this is something very important. So we'll take you to understand all these important pieces, and also you'll be able to understand the timelines, how the Weowns, how we have strategically positioned to get started with the trades and what will happen. You're gonna see stampede, as I will show you with some important use cases already, how impactful an airdrop can be. And then again, there's also very good news. The Pan-African People's Alliance, in relations with my being an ambassador on the World Peace Body, they are ready to adopt Weowns for the Papa Alliance activities across Africa. That is big, building a network that will use Weown as for their platform trades, for the financial platform. And this is amazing because Weownomy is now together with the Pan-African People's Alliance, as you will know, and today is totally different from any other presentations that you have had. This shows you, as I told you, 1 week in Weownomy is 1 year. So you have to really prepare your mind to better understand the intensity and the development that happens within Weownomy. So this is big, and I hope you have a pen and paper. You can be able to understand and get to really read and clearly pay attention. As you wait for the wedding day, the preparation involves you understanding what will happen on the wedding day. So that's very important, so that you know what exactly, and this is what I'm showing you, exactly what needs to happen before the wedding day, and then understand the figures, how the money is going to happen, every little detail. And if you are able to listen and understand the Zooms, you will always be happy. But if you get out from the Zooms confused, it means you did not pay attention, and that's why you lose a week, which is 1 year in Weownomy, and you get confused. So you need to really take your time and understand every Saturday there's a huge, important, creative, disruptive approach of what we communicate to you. And if you understand that, it's very powerful, and then you will enjoy both things. Not only the person you're going to become, but again, the person who needs to understand how all these little steps that have been developed are coming up, and you understand it, and you're able to appreciate every step. So that's very, very important for you to know. Now, the other important thing is for the first time, Weownomy as a token, we understand if we want to be successful, we have to come out clean. So out of the 21 billion tokens, worth more than $500 billion, why 500 billion, what more $500 billion? It's because of the important use cases. The remittance market alone globally is $500 billion. Nigeria alone per year is $34 billion. Lesotho, it's over $450 million. So there is a great deal, and you will see you're in, most of us are in poverty because we don't know the meaning of creative, disruptive way of thinking. Each one of us can be rich. And that's why sometimes when I really study all the messages in the group, I see people who need more enlightenment. You are already successful. You just need to internalize it and understand by getting to have all the facts. And once you have all the facts, then you are able to know what it is. And that's very, very important. And this journey is critical for you every day, because as I've just told you, 1 week is 1 year in Weownomy. You need to know every hour everything that is being explained to you and how important it's going to change the continent. We are moving at a very terrific speed, and it's very important for you to really articulate and understand everything that we give you. And that's very, very important. And again, in all of this process, I'm very, very excited to also tell you that today we are unveiling the Weownomy's website, and that's just going to take things to the next level. And that's also going to be a wonderful way to communicate our important commercial trade to thousands of people. And I will show you how we can go viral. And that's very important to really make everything very wonderful. So as you know, we go ahead with all this excitement, what we're building, I'm also aware that the company is also experiencing very unfortunate issues. Like today I had some of our members, we've had quite a number of members who have died even before the wedding day. And that's very touching. I just saw some exchange in the groups, and I really send our condolences. And again, we're going to really have a very special way of honoring most of the people who have passed away. We're going to have a hall of fame whereby we recognize every person who has been with us, dead or alive. And it's also very important, again, for all Class C. I think Class B have been able to at least leave sections whereby when you make application, when you do subscribe, if anything happens to you, at least what you had fought for can go to your loved ones. And so that's very important. We have it in the system. And I think for all Class C, Class D, it's also very important that we have that, and also to remember their memory and what they have done. So it's very critical at this moment. And then secondly, it also takes a warning to most of the people out there. When you don't prepare your mind mentally, and then you get on the trading day, which is the historical wedding day, again, be very careful. As you get your money, you have to have your mindset. That's how I do things. Before I get something, I celebrate it before and I plan for it, so that when it happens, I have the balance of not only enjoying it happening, but again, moving forward, not getting stuck in joy and all this craziness of so excitement and all that. It's just getting started. But again, you have to have that expectation. The reason that people don't really understand that this is something big, and that's why I'm using very important examples to really build that picture for you. That's the most important thing you need to do before you ever celebrate right now. When you get the money, you should have your mind positioned to say, as I receive, I continue with the important mission. And what is the mission of Weownomy or any of the different projects that we give it to you is to make sure that it doesn't stop with you, but it will also expand this to help as many other people around you. And that's very, very critical. And we will be able to talk to that. But we need you because most of you may even die after you have received the money because of not thinking after the wedding day. You just thought of getting to the wedding day, and then after that, you crash because you don't have a bearing of what you need to do after. So that's very important that we need to prepare people, and we need to make sure that the joy that you have is not only meant for you, and that's why God knows why you are a co-owner. It's also meant for millions of other people who need you, who need us to share with them. And that's very important that you really prepare your mindset. And if your mindset clearly understand after Sedek, what truly needs to happen, what is my goal? If you ask that to so many people, people don't know. Their goal is after they trade, they get the money, and then that's end. And that's the most unfortunate thing. You have to think big because tens and thousands of our lovely brothers are suffering. You're so lucky to be on the front line, but you're not on the front line for your selfish needs. You are on the front line to also build a network, and then together we hold our hands and help as many people as possible, okay? Because God knows why we have this big monumental opportunity before us. It doesn't stop with 30,000 people, and that starts with your mentality, your mindset. Better understand what you are going to be. Does not mean only for your individuality, but again, your individuality shared with a lot of many other people in terms of projects and so many other things. And that's very important. I've also been receiving very exciting projects from people. That's very amazing, because if you have a project, then when you get through the trades on Sadek Exchange, you'll have something to focus on. But if you only have you and your money alone to focus on, I can guarantee you, you will crash, because this is big, more than anything you've ever imagined before. So with that little advice, I would like to go ahead and have this amazing presentation to you, and clearly as to really prepare you in a very important way. So thank you again. This is totally amazing information that you really need to pay attention. And if you pay attention, you will understand that what you wanted for, you have already achieved it. Number one, because you're alive. Number two, because you can hear this. Number three, because you're already a co-owner. And number four, it's only for you to sit down and put your time and say, if I am this, what am I going to do more? If you don't have answers, then you need to think deeper right now, because it's very big and God does not want that to stop with you. And that's why I take my time to share with you guys a great deal, because I'm prepared to go through the wedding day on Sadek Exchange and after that. So that's why you'll see I do focus. That's why I've put that new term, 1 week in Weownomy is 1 year. It's because of a great deal that needs to be done across the world. So that's how ambitious we are. We're not just ambitious because I want to buy a car, buy a house, which is wonderful, but how ambitious are you for others? So that's very, very important. So thank you for that. And if you're ambitious, all of these small things, all of these worries disappear. But if you're not ambitious, you have all of this pain because you only think about yourself, and that's how you think of all the frustration building around you. But if you think and build and understand that God has given you a wonderful opportunity that can help many people, you'll never have a day whereby you'll be frustrated and stuff like that, because you have a bigger vision before you, and we're sharing it together. This is the very first time whereby we share with everyone this important vision. So I want to take you through an example to show you how powerful an airdrop is. So there's a gentleman, I was just showing my wife yesterday, and I said, these guys are just doing totally a little bit different. Ours is a little bit bigger. And what I wanted to show you And so that you understand that even before we get to announce, or SADC Exchange gets to announce our trade of Weownomy, I just want to show you what happened with this gentleman who just got his contract up, and within a very short time, all of his followers, just like many people of you who are very interested with Weownomy, are worth 51,000 US dollars. The only problem is they get it once, but you guys are gonna get it for every month, over 10 years, because its business model, it's a blockchain gaming thing, and lots of traders are interested, and the owners are over 51,000. Now, with Weownomy, the historical wedding trades on SADC Exchange will be highly received because our target use case is unique. Remittance market and social media users, and I can be able to show you. So let me just take you through, and then I just read for you so that I can just show you what I mean. Okay, so this is very important. So this is okay. So these are the guys that just got in the news. So it's saying an improbable overnight rise has established a new token as a blockchain gaming heavyweight. Remember, we are also going on the press. All of these crypto play, they're going to know that. Okay, so this happened on September 3rd, and then they're saying, despite being less than 48 hours old, a new currency is already emerging as a blockchain gaming powerhouse. Adventure Gold is riding the bars of loot, the latest non-fungible token craze to captivate traders' imaginations. And one thing, if you look at their Etherscan, so this is the Etherscan. So Adventure Gold is now available. So if you look at the Etherscan, you'll be able to see they have only 4,000, okay? 4,732 holders. You guys, we have over 20,000. You get it? So we have everything prepared for the historical wedding day. And guys are already worth 51,000 US dollars. So some of them are saying, no, they're just pumping this thing. The owners are going to make money and stuff. But that's why I'm telling you, 1 year in Weownomy is 1 week in Weownomy is 1 year, because I see beyond even what you see on SADC Exchange. And we want to bring that value for you. But again, we want to warn you that be prepared, because once we go live, that now we have our own website, website, it's just going to be different. And we want to make sure that we always are transparent with you and get to understand, if you ever have any doubt about what is happening, then the problem is you're not paying attention. And once you pay attention, people are out there busy becoming rich. They're successful, and you are one of them, and you still don't believe it. Because one thing you don't believe it is because of the condition that you've gone through, the suffering, the consistent bad news that you've had in your life is what is subconsciously affecting you. And yet, at every different step, we are able to show you strategically what this means. Fewer people get to go and be on the front line, and you are one of them, and this is powerful. So the same way these guys did, they also have an exchange, okay? And that exchange, just like SADC Exchange, announced them, and their token is, I think, something like, it's $5, and each of the guys who are holding this token worth of 51,000 worth of tokens, and the whole network is over $350 million. Our net worth right now is over $4.5 billion, okay? And the 3 million tokens that we're starting with, it's over something $171 million. That's how creative, disruptive you have to be. And it's very powerful. I will be able to show you, and I'm taking you step by step. And remember, 1 week in Weownomy is 1 year. And if you have, the reason I'm telling you that is that your mindset has to completely think much more quicker and embrace what we share with you, and you, so that when it happens, you are able to understand that, yes, I am now getting 160,000, people are getting $50,000. And when I was telling you, you're gonna get, I don't know, 160,000, it's not even yet 50,000. You understand? And these guys are gonna get $50,000. So this is the reality that is important for you to understand how powerful crypto can be, but how creative you can use crypto and be successful. And our Weon is so powerful. You understand that we're taking it in a strategic way, and we're building something that people will never imagine possible, because Weon has the ecosystem of everything that is important to people on a daily basis. And that's something that we need to let you know and appreciate. So it's very amazing that we share with you this very important. So the reason I had to share with you an example of what will happen on the wedding day on SADC Exchange, I have just shown you an example. This guy was just at the airport, got the press release, got the contract, and have followers. And all of those guys, as we speak, are cashing out $51,000. They know in our situation, we have a much wonderful, creative ecosystem, and we are on a stock exchange. Going on a stock exchange, much more different than just any crypto exchanges. On a stock exchange, and then we can go on all other crypto exchanges. And again, our use case of the global remittance market and social media users is amazing. And it's we have tapped the very right section areas that we believe you guys will be able to see by your own how Weon is going to be powerful month after month after month. Okay, so that is very, very important. Now I want to share this important news about President of El Salvador, and he was also using the same use case. El Salvador is a country where a bigger number of people, more than 2 million people, just left the country to go to United States. And the country, 20% its GDP, 20% of it, they rely on money that people who are formerly in their countries, but they went away because of the economic opportunities in other countries that they cannot get in their own countries, which happens in Africa, which also happens globally. The government wants to know, how can we be able to use that opportunity and bring it back home, okay, in the best way possible to build, and that's over $5 billion in a year, okay? So I'm going to show you this story and how recently, I think it's around 2 weeks or 1 week, he has officially made Bitcoin a legal tender. Things are now getting a little bit more interesting. And with that, you are going to understand how strategically Weon is going to be across the African continent. Again, remember, 1 week in Weownomy is 1 year. So that's why if you have that, you are going to understand. People are saying, oh, the CEO is changing, he's telling us this, he's telling us, he's delaying our payments. I'm making your payments sustainable for many years until you die and your family. You're just focused on one payment of only after the trading day, I'm focused on consistent payment for many years. And the world is changing, and that's where we are. Because if we only focus for only one payment, that's not our mission. Our mission is for you and many people who come after you to consistently benefit from what you're going to become. So that's very important. We put that into your way of life to understand, okay? So a business model is totally different from a business plan because we build the life of the business in you so that you can live, the business can provide you a way of life rather than just assumptions. So this is very important, what we're building. So I'm gonna take you through for you to be able to listen from what President has to say of El Salvador, and then you understand how important, when he's speaking, you also have to understand the point of what I'm explaining in regards to Williams and what we're doing. So it's very powerful, and I will show you how powerful Williams is prepared because the world is moving. He's the first president in the world to ever have a cryptocurrency, you know, approved legally as tender. So you can use the US dollars, and you can also use, people will be obliged to use the Bitcoin there. And that can happen with Weownomy, and Weownomy is going to do wonders. So let me take you to this very important video. Listen as we continue our journey today to understand that your life changed a long time ago. It's only that your subconscious mind needs to accept that change. And once it accepts that change, we are already successful, and you will not get shocked on the wedding day as all these trades and all of this. That's why I've shown you what has happened with the airdrop of just few people, 4,000, and each one now is going to cash out $51,000. So these are not gimmicks here. It's a game, a way that is going to change your lives, but because of most of lack of information, I will not use the word ignorance, but lack of information, awareness, and being exposed to what truly makes the world a better place by many people learning to share with others. And that's what we're doing as Weownomy. And that's how quick we can be able to build this important financial revolution, which is clearly right now ready for you to win. Okay, so let's go through and you watch this video, and you will appreciate this important information. Okay, so just a minute. As I prepare this, okay. So let's start with this first one. So there are two of them. This is very, very important. Okay.
Or switching themselves to Bitcoin. And then you have all of the problems with the current monetary systems. So I think a lot of, not only countries, but people are switching themselves to Bitcoin. And then you have all of the problems with the current monetary systems. And the Bitcoin system is so perfect that I think it's gonna be the future. And it is the present already in a lot of things, but it's gonna be big, way bigger in the future. And why? I mean, El Salvador has not been the country that's recognized to be the first in innovation, but why not this time? So being the first country adopting Bitcoin as a legal tender, it's a good thing for our country. And if you adopt the practical reasons, like receiving remittances with at the speed of light and having almost no costs, like you would have with Western Union and those types of systems. Having financial inclusion to 70% of the people that doesn't own bank accounts. Having a lot of investment in tourism that will come from this, and not becoming independent, because we're not, but at least becoming a little less dependent on the output of new dollars and the new inflation that's coming with those new dollars. And we don't perceive any of that, because when a country prints more money, there's a good side and a downside. The good side or the upside is that the government has more money to spend. The downside is the inflation, because you're just pouring in more money with no basis. But the problem with using an international currency that is not yours to print is that you're only absorbing the cost. I mean, now your dollars are worth less, but you're not getting any of the new printed money, because they didn't print it for you. So for a country like ours, and we're not the only country of the world with that reality, I think having Bitcoin as legal tender, even though nobody has done it before, it was a no-brainer.
People always want to know someone's Bitcoin story, and whenever there's an interview, can you remember when you first took a look at Bitcoin? Did you get it straight away? Did you dismiss it? Tell me your journey.
No, I'm not as a huge Bitcoiner as you are.
My life's work.
I read your history. Now, no, when I saw the system, I thought it was like very, very smart. But at the beginning, you would be skeptical about how big would it get, or how would it be stopped, or would people accept it, or is it just a good idea? There would be thousands of good ideas that just vanish with time, or in the air, or because they're not adopted by people, or they're not as strong enough to persist with time and grow. But now, after several years, this is not personal. This is just as personal. Seeing Bitcoin growing, like they say, if you see a dip, just zoom out. Right? But you see Bitcoin getting bigger, and not only in price, because that thing about hitting everything against the price with the US dollar, I think it defeats the purpose. Although it's for transition purpose, you have to do it. But I don't know. I just thought from the beginning the system was beautiful, but now I'm more convinced, since it has withstand the pressure of time and the changes in the global landscape and political landscape. I mean, 3 US presidents now. Countries changing totally.
So with that brief, then I'm gonna play another 1 minute when he's announcing that he has now made Bitcoin legal, and you have seen the whole explanation briefly. They don't have a currency, just like Zimbabwe, they're using the US dollar. Okay, but they went through the Bitcoin because they are interested to make sure that they can get quite a lot of people out of the country come through. Now, if you're disruptive, you see, now there's what Bitcoin has done, but again, on Weon, what we have seen is that with the high costs of Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all that, and with the high costs of not only people who are sending money from their countries to El Salvador or even to Africa, and coming with a revolutionary approach whereby we are able to use a stock exchange with airdrops, worth $570 billion if you go back on the first slide, and making it easier that if anyone wants to be able to send money home or anywhere within Africa or outside, on the wedding day, they can just have their own Weownomy Pay account, even without knowing how to trade. They just put the amount that they want to put, and automatically everything is simultaneously done and is able to earn more on what he has put by the trades automatically on the exchange, because you're going to have a pool of Weons there, and back on his account, and that's how it cashes out. And we make it in a way that both the person who's sending and the person who's going to receive, they all benefit additionally. So if it's 50 million, the person who's receiving and the person who's sending will all have to share that. So that's amazing. And you will see how many people are going to come. And that's a commercial model trade that is going to happen. And if that happens, it allows all of the co-owners, like now we have more, we have less, because 30,000 co-owners only have $171 million, which can be used for those people who want to buy those remittances trades using the airdrops. So we need actually to have more than $500 million in terms of the co-owners. So that means we need to have a bigger number growing up so that we can be able to meet, and I'll show you that. But before we go into much more detail of how Weownomy is going to do this and how powerful it's going to happen, it has opened the eyes to be able to see a young president over 31 years to be able to come up with such an idea. But again, looking and seeing what Bitcoin can do, but the high costs that are involved in transactions is where our disruption creativity comes in, and we are able to solve that, and we become the best. And that's happening. Just wait and see. So I'm going to get another video, which is very important for this important subject, where he announces. And you will see that most of you maybe did not know such revolution. That's why things are happening every day, and it's important we get to learn. If you want to be ahead of the game, you need to know what is happening in the game in the first place. And that's very, very important. And if you know what is happening, then it's easier for you to even know how powerful things will be. So that's amazing for us, and I think this is going to change everything quickly. So as I get this important video, before now we go to serious business, I wanted to just, the reason I'm playing that video is to show you the importance of what Weownomy is, and that is amazing. That is very powerful. So as I play this announcement, which happened just recently on one of the Bitcoin conferences, he was able to announce exactly what he wants to do, and legally.
I'm president of El Salvador. Great ideas are beautiful and have great power. But like most beautiful things, they can also be more fragile than we think. When I was a kid, we thought about the future and we were delighted by its possibilities. We couldn't wait for it to happen and be part of its creation. But now, ask almost anyone what they think about the future, and they will say something along the lines of nuclear war, climate catastrophe, hunger, pestilence, the death of life. We didn't take care of the beautiful idea that we create our own future, that we as humanity can do almost anything that we imagine. Our ingenuity, what separates us from other species. In El Salvador, we are trying to rescue this idea and start the design of a country for the future, using the best ingredients that makes us who we are, while using sensibility to find the best examples of ideas from history and around the world. I believe Bitcoin could be one of these ideas. That is why next week, I will send to Congress a bill that will make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador. In the short term, this will generate jobs and help provide financial inclusion to thousands outside the formal economy.
Did you hear that? You can create the future we want instead of complaining, hunger, what I have. The mind wants you to focus on what you have. What you're going to become is the most important thing, and that's what it is. So that's where I put my focus. And if someone wants any kind of time with me, you come with an idea, a creative idea, that's where the focus will be. You come with complaining, I don't work like that because I have trained my mind to focus because people are dying. Things are already wrong. So we need the focus. We need the creativity to make the world a better place than all of this complaining. So when I see someone who comes up with something wonderful, it makes me feel happy because that's what is needed. And that's what is required at this time of need so that most of us can now be able to do what? To succeed. So you have been able to see that very important videos that I've played to you. And I'm trying to build that understanding in your mind, and quickly because of what the urgency of not only your situation as to be able to become the person you want to become, but as many other people who need to also become like you as you testify with the very first trades that will happen on Select Exchange. So that's what we're focusing on. That's very powerful. And I thought that I should be able to share it with you. So as you know now, Bitcoin is a legal tender in El Salvador, and it was passed by the Legislative Assembly on 8th June 2021, giving cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, the status of a legal tender within El Salvador. And then on the 7th September, it's now officially just proposed by Nayib Bukele. So that's the president. And that's very clearly. So I started with the very first slide of how impactful airdrops can be. And I gave you an example of other people who are doing airdrops and how they made all their followers successful. But again, for us, the airdrops, ours is historical. It's worth $570 billion because we are thinking of big solutions. I'm not just thinking of a solution to pay 30,000 people and then I'm happy about that. I'm thinking of tens and thousands of people who are going to benefit. And what you really think upon grows, your focus grows, and this is what is going to change. So it's amazing what we can be able to achieve. So those two slides, now we go to our own Weowns, and very, very important why we like our logo, why it has the Bitcoin in it. It's because we appreciate the foundation of what the Bitcoin founders did. But again, we're building on top of that to also actually make sure we do a great deal more. We have had many developing teams around all of these coins, but we have not had a very unique business model that goes globally to actually build, because if you have an opportunity to have an online currency and we can be able to build a unique business model around it to serve as many people as possible, because by nature, the reason we're poor, the reason we have all these problems, it's because of one thing: selfishness. Every time you want to become better, but in your mindset, you don't think of 10, 15 more people becoming better, that's where the whole problem has always been. But every time you come with an idea and you say, you know what, if this idea is not going to serve lots of people, not monetarily for them to become better, but for them to just become a little bit better, just like the way you are or I am, then that's the best thing. And that's why when anyone brings me an idea, they'll tell me, oh, I'll give you a card, I want you to be, and I don't like that. I will always tell you, if it's not disruptive to help thousands of people, count me out. And you can continue with your business model until when you mature enough and you say, how can we position this idea that I have to help thousands of people? Once you do that, then we are in business, we can talk. And that's why you see everything I do, I always use the word user-owned. Because you position something to many other people, and that's how powerful it goes. And you're able to solve quite a number of issues. And that's how the backbone of Weownomy is, Weownomy chat, everything. If you hear a social media platform that will pay users for using it, the first thing is what? Sharing. Most of these businesses out there don't like that. They just want a business that will make more money without having a structured business model that incorporates the users, the employees, and everyone around who's going to be able to survive or to benefit from that business. And that's what Weownomy is going to be successful because of that, not because of anything. We are the first company in the planet Earth who have totally said we truly own this with the rest. And that's totally unique. And that's how that makes us much more disruptive, because if we just point at one industry, we want to go there, we disrupt it. We want to go to this other section industry, we disrupt it, because our model can fit in any area that we just point ourselves. We first talked about social media, and you can see what is happening. We are now in crypto. You will see what is going to happen in the crypto space. And we have now gone into the remittance market, whereby Western Union, MoneyGram, all of these other, PayPal and the rest, and you're going to see stampede. Why? Because we come with our DNA of sharing. And that's why we're saying remove all the transaction fees, whether within the network or outside the network. We want to make sure when you send, you pay 0 fees and you earn more. That is the love which rules Weownomy network and any of the business section entities that we build around our network. So that's powerful. And that makes it very difficult for other businesses to copy us, because it's tough to give another person, but it's easier to take from another person. Okay. So Weownomy payment system, here comes the boom. It's not a joke, because now we have seen and understood that all of this that has been happening, and I'm going to show you, and you'll be so shocked. The reason you can see something is based on how your business model is. If your business model cannot change what is happening currently, then you use the same business model of these other people. You still earn a small bit of thing, but it's not disruptive. Disruptive means change the whole situation, but for whose benefit? You don't change for the benefit of the few, you change for the benefit of everyone. Okay? So Weownomy Pay to dominate remittance market with 0 fee target. We own smart airdrops to reward remittance transactions with an extra amount on top of what they send or receive, with trades of Weons on SEDEC exchange, with 0 transaction within and outside the network. Simple. How do you do that? Because all the studies, IMF, World Bank, all say the same thing, that the transactions fees are highly limiting. And our lovely brothers who are out there, when they are sending, for the first time, for them to know that I'm going to be able to send these funds and I'm going to be rewarded for sending, is like music to their ears, and that is disruption. They will all come. Okay, so I want to take you to some important analysis so that you can be able to understand. So let me just show you an example, and then we will continue with our presentation. So, and again, as we continue with this presentation, just know that it's very important you are in a disruptive company, and then it's very important as we build this important opportunity for you. So I want to just show you one of the very first important news, and you'll be shocked, and I'll take you quite a number of them, as you will realize the point of what we're talking about, and you'll be able to see with your own eyes how powerful Weon can be. So now, we're in Nigeria. The diaspora remittances, that means the people who are sending money from Nigeria, from Nigerians who are out and sending back to their home, hit $34 billion as Nigerian migrant workers top the list. What does this mean? If you're creative, the very first thing in business is to see something that someone cannot see and make a business model out of it. And that's how you become successful. So knowing that $34 billion are going in that country. And the other very important thing is most of the people would like their families to be much better when they're out there. They are working so hard in some very deplorable conditions. Some of them, others are better, but they want to send something. Some of them don't really have a lot of money, but some of them really want to try, because if you don't do that, even your loved ones start to wonder, what are you doing? I mean, you are in America, in other countries, and we don't really see that. And it also, it's a connection between your wellness. As you struggle, you promise them that when I go back, when I go out, I'll do my best. I want to build a house. I want to do all this. See all that emotions and build a business model, disruptive around it. And that's what Weons is doing. The same way we say you can pay social media users for using the platform, and you are so excited about it, you understand? And that's what is taking you on the thread. And the company has built everything to make sure that, yes, with your contribution, which is 1,000 or which was 10,000 for your subscription, when you make your trade, we don't want you to get 2,000, or you give us 10,000, you get 20,000. You're going to get more. And that makes you happy, because you are going to make the changes that you want, not only in your life, but you also want to also help other people around your household, okay? And also to be able to do things that would have taken you many years, building a house, having a good future. That's the same thing that's also in the remittance market. How come they use our network? Weownomy Pay, which is just like PayPal. They just say, okay, now today I want to send $57, okay? And Weons is $57.37 on the market. And Weons, I understand I receive an additional 50, and I can split it together with me who's sending and the person who's receiving, in addition to whatever you wanted to send that person. And that person should also be able to open an account with Weownomy Pay. And that's how we solve that problem. And if you get involved in any of the transaction, for some reason you used Ethereum because you want to get Weons, or you used Bitcoin or something like that, and you have some extra costs that got you involved in form of fees, we pay that. If you transfer from Weownomy Pay to your, to your bank account, and there's some fees which got involved, the network pays that for you. What does that mean? We don't need to build any relationship with these banks because we need their clients to come on Weons. We just need a business model which will just communicate itself, and people are gonna come because they want to save more and they want to send more. And they want their loved ones. So their loved ones will start to tell them, are you using Weownomy Pay when you're sending me? No, I'm using Western Union. Say, no. Go to Weownomy Pay. Because if you go to Weownomy Pay, automatically I'll get this. That's how revolutionary we are. That's how historical our wedding day on Sadek Exchange is going to be. And that's very powerful, because it helps a great deal of people who are using the remittances. And the person who's going to receive it, and the bond and the wonderful emotions, just like the way you are happy waiting for the trades on Sadek Exchange. That's how happy the person who's going to send money to his loved one was able to make my family happy just because of the transactions that I made using Weownomy Pay. And then what happens to the competitors? Because they don't have the love for people, they can't compete with Weownomy Pay. They can't compete with our network, because our network, our DNA means we share. And practically, our sharing is so unique, you really need to give it out so that you can compete with Weownomy. You can't copy paste and say, oh, I'm going to do this and that. It's a whole DNA, a whole ecosystem that we've built to make sure everything that we do, we are able, even all of our Weownomers, if they want to come up with businesses, they want to come with an opportunity that you want to involve us, the very first thing, we have to change your mindset of how you're going to make money with our network. The network is there to give. You become rich, but also make others richer. So that's very important, that we can be able to get this very fast. So the diaspora market, just as you see it, okay, in Nigeria, it's 34 billion. So let us just try out one in Nairobi. So let's go in Kenya, and so we can show you what is happening in Kenya. Okay. All right. So this is what is happening. So the diaspora, so they have, this is the Central Bank of Kenya. They actually have a list, and they're showing you 2021, the amounts received from North America is $177 million. What they received in Europe is $46 million. The rest of the world, 54. So it's over 278 million. So these are the people who are just sending money. So you can see from 2021, the first month, the second month. So in a year, it's over a billion, over $2 or $3 billion that are in there. That's where anyone, you want to start a business, your business model is very important. Everyone has his own unique way, like KFC. Why do you think KFC is very successful all over the world? Because they have a different business model and how they strategized it. And you find yourself going to KFC, by the way. That's the same thing with Weownomy Pay. People find themselves needing to send money using Weownomy Pay, but you have to be creative, to be disruptive, so that people know when I come here, it's because we love the person that you're going to send money, your family. And as they send, they end up becoming Weownomers because they have seen the connection of what we're building with our network. So that becomes amazing. So people become rich, even with the small transactions and everything that you do for them. But again, the network starts now to market itself because of its service. We lessen even the marketing expenses because word of mouth, people will understand that. And that is going to be our commercial trade model globally, okay? So you will find most of the people in all of those different money transaction services that they've been using, they just need to know one thing, just like the way people are saying right now. Weownomy, a platform that pays users for using it. And once the platform gets ready, and already the signs are clear, we are going on our wedding day, and people will be paid using their Weons. And further than that, we are now targeting the remittance network globally, which is what $500 billion. That's why we are airdropping the amount to target over $500 billion, knowing that people are going to, and the reason we're doing that, we don't want our Weon to go up and down like Bitcoin. It will be sustainable because of the numbers of people who will always love to send to their people, the numbers of social media users who will always want to come. and participate on the Weownomy platform. We have an ecosystem of a digital bank, of a payment processor. All of these things are building in a twinkling of your eyes. And you need to understand that that's the foundation that is going to serve you for many years to come, not once alone. So that's very, very important. You understand that. And once you understand that, then you are able to appreciate that every week is a year in Weownomy, because we are doing the best possible to make sure that we provide you a clear guideline. So we are past you guys fearing and saying, oh, I put my investment in Weownomy, but I can see what Weownomy is not only doing, has achieved, and its strategies. Because if you want to see something that will be successful, look at this business model. Understand how it operates. We're not a push-push here. We are a strategic business that now is building. And because of the cryptocurrencies have always received not good kind of publicity, we had to make sure we anchor ourselves in very, strategic areas like remittances, social media, so that as it becomes powerful, even those guys who will start to say, no, how do they make 170 million per month, US dollars, look at the remittances that do come. So people will be able, because people want to know, how do you make that money? Yes, we have 30,000 co-owners who are trying to trade their 3 million tokens. Who is going to use the tokens? Most of the remittance networks are going to use that because people want to send money more if they have an opportunity that they will be rewarded for sending it. So that's a quick liquidity that comes in, and it also is another way for them to be part of Weownomy. Okay? And using a stock exchange, we are fully regulated so that people can see the numbers that are being made per month. Let them know how we make the money. We're not hiding here. We're not selling drugs. We're not doing any shady deal. We are showing them where we build and anchor our whole thing. And so the great news is you have your loved ones or anyone, they should get started, starting by next week, to get ready to participate by opening accounts with Weownomy Pay payment system, which is being finalized by our team, and by next week it's going live. And let them just say, I'm ready to send this, and they will see the magic. Okay, so that's the uniqueness. We are solving something that other people have been using, because I saw some of the interviews of I think the CEO of Western Union, and they're saying, no, this crypto thing cannot work and stuff. It's what you wish for another person. Once you put it in your mind and you say, why? What is the biggest problem with this? No, people are sending money and the transaction fees are expensive. Okay, on our side, it's also critical. And the crypto space, the transaction is also expensive. Okay, on the other side, it's also expensive. Okay, so what? Okay, so if we get that out, first, if we get it out within our network, but we don't help you outside the network, let me say you're pairing Weowns with Bitcoin or Ethereum, who is going to absorb those costs? So if Weown says we're going to absorb it, and then we put a certain number of tokens which can solve that, that's a done deal. So people come, just show us that I was charged this, we reimburse you. Within our network, we don't charge you. Simple. So people will come. That's how you win business. You get me? That's how creative it is. But it starts by the position that you need to give. Okay? So, as we well aware that Weownomy Pay is also a user-owned payment processor. You own it. And that's why it should work for you instead of against you. Okay, so if you own it, then it has to have the attributes of making sure that it provides you what you need best. Just transfer the money. and benefit for transferring the money. Okay? And that's revolutionary. No, check it out. You will not find it in the news. It will first come with Weowns in the press release, and that's how we go viral with that. Okay? Now, the Weowns network leverages Weownomy Pay. So we have the Weowns, as you see here, which is our currency. And we have the social media, which is our backbone. And now we have introduced the remittance market, which is over $500 billion. So in Africa alone, there's huge amount. The people who are sending money just within, let's say for example, Zimbabweans were sending money back home to Zimbabwe. You use Weownomy Pay. Just imagine doubling up all the transfers that they send to their country. Those ones who send within Africa and those ones who send from outside Africa. So that's why you see we have Africa and we have a world. Do you see how disruptive Weownomy is and why 1 week in Weownomy is a year for you to really catch up? Okay, so Weownomy Pay will make money primarily by processing Weowns for remittance market transaction linked with trades made on SEDEC exchange within Weowns payment network, so that we cover both the fees that you should have paid, not only within our network, but outside our network. So they charge you, we reimburse you. Okay, that's revolutionary. We do it for 10, 15 people. I can assure you, you are going to see how it's changing everyone, because people will feel the love. More companies will start to understand how do we become like the ecosystem of Weownomy. Simply master the art of giving. But the art of giving is painful because it has to cut all the layer of selfishness that most of our people have. And because of how we've gone through all this suffering, it's difficult because you think if you give, you are losing. You're not losing, you get more. And you spread it. Okay? So that's very important. So Weowns also offers an innovative solution. You receive rewards for transferring money through our network. Remember, it's our network. Me and you and everyone in the network own it. That means that by simply sending or receiving a transaction in the Weownomy network, you will earn extra on top of what was sent or received. That is revolutionary. Go check it out in the world if it's there in the money transaction industry. That's what they call disruptive business model. We have just disrupted something that has been a plague globally for many years. Now it's going to be reality. And people will change. Word will go out that, hey, look here, you want to send, just go open with the Weownomy Pay. How much are you sending? This is how much the other person will get. This is how much will come back to you. And any cost that you get involved because of this is reimbursed. Why do we reimburse? Because the Weownomy has to go up. We'll even hit $1,000 very soon. Weowns earn extra money by transferring to your loved ones using Weownomy Pay. That one alone, just put it as an advert in one of these major television, whatever. You will see how impactful people will want to participate. And that way, the business is marketed by using the need. If you want to be successful, tie your needs with the need of another person. Don't think your needs are more powerful than the other person. Once you tie your needs with the needs of another person, the deal is through. No one argues because everyone clearly sees we are all going to be successful. So here we have two places. We have the world and we have Africa. So that's amazing. Okay. Then we go to another one, zero transaction fees within and outside the network, and reimbursable, if any. That's powerful. Weowns allows users to send and receive money through the Weown network. Weownomy Pay, the user has the opportunity to earn extra money on top of what was sent or received by transferring within the Weown network at zero cost and reimbursable, if any. Just the same way you guys automatically understood that the very first global social network that pays users for using it, you also have a new term. And every time, this is how you, only your way of talking shows the other person your business model, even without him understanding, telling you, what is this? They understand. He will tell you, oh, wait a minute. So next time I want to engage myself, I have to open an account with Weownomy Pay. Others will say, let us test them out. And that's how a revolution is born, financially. And that's how you see what will happen on the wedding day. That's why we want the Weownomy Pay system to be launched earlier on. And that's what will fuel what is going to happen on the wedding day. So the fees are off. Now, all these other guys have been depending on those fees, sending out globally. The word will go. There's a new kid on the block, and it's practical. This is what they do. You charge our person to use our network, we pay back that money. That person will always use our network. And the remittance market will start to recognize what Weownomy is. Because sometimes you have to be practical with how your business model is built. And then that person will simply understand that I do save and earn more by coming on your network. You have a client who tomorrow becomes a Weownomer. Okay? That's how revolutionary Weownomy is. Weowns send money and more. If you cannot, just that word alone, send money and more. Powerful. Okay? Africa remittances, that's very important. The Weowns network offers an alternative to the expensive process of transferring money abroad by allowing people to send and receive transactions in their own currency while still earning extra on top of what was sent or received. Now, the moment you hear the word send and receive transaction in their own currency while still earning extra on top of what was sent or received, that's how Weowns has built a new viral whatever currency that is going to go all over the world, because people will say, hey, I've never had that. Can you repeat it? I'm opening an account. Boom. Then people will be flying for this app. Who benefits? You co-owners, and them also benefit, because our benefit is when they benefit, you are happy because you will also have your consistent payouts because of the kind of ecosystem we are building. So the billions that have been coming in form of remittances, people will want now to pass it through Weownomy Pay so that they can help their loved ones. Many people will open businesses out of that because they see how quickly they are going to become successful. And that way, we make our business stronger so that no one can come and say, no, I think this Weownomy Pay, we need to buy it out. You can't, it's a revolution, which speaks to the income lives of people. Weown offers a solution for Africans in diaspora and within Africa. You see? So again, 1 week in Weownomy is 1 year. The reason I'm telling you that is change your mindset. You are in a disruptive company. You are not in a traditional one, which is just gonna school you and put you in the same thing, but it keeps changing and moving towards the goal much faster and globally. because we're not talking now just as mere small celebration. It's historical. So people will remember that the payouts are going to increase because of the advantage we have for many millions of people out there. It goes from Africa, it goes to South America, even in El Salvador. They will say, hey, wait a minute, we just passed a law about Bitcoin, but there's this wonderful cryptocurrency that has just come out and people like it, because now, while I was reading, I found out that people were saying, no, Bitcoin is okay. But again, 75% of people in El Salvador are questioning the increased costs of sending money. They're actually saying we are better off with Western Union and the rest because the costs of sending using Bitcoin is high. And we solve that. We solve that and we pay you more. Those people will shut up. They will say, come here tomorrow. We want to use Weons now instead of anything else because it speaks to our need. Okay? And that's very, 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 very powerful. So let me show you that small section before we go to before I continue with what I'm telling you. 75%. So that's this is amazing, and I want to show you that we have already captured what is important, and this is actually critical for you to understand how powerful is it. So they're saying 75% of Salvadorians have reservation about their country's decision to adopt Bitcoin as official currency as confusion reigns, because they are saying it's expensive, just as I've just provided you that opportunity because I've read this article. And to us, Weon is going to come in with a very wonderful solution. If we can remove that important need of fees that are associated with this, then it makes it much more easier and people will like it. Okay, so it's very, very important that when you're introducing something, you understand the implication. You don't introduce a business model and then have. So that's why you see not so many people are using Bitcoin as in Africa, but again, as much as they would have liked to use it. So we want to become that unique user-owned cryptocurrency that is going to change, so that when someone looks and uses the Weon, he will feel the empowerment, and that's very, very powerful. Okay, and that's how we differentiate ourselves with other cryptocurrencies out there, because of the need and how we understand clearly and better to build that need in the people. And that's very important to really solve what may be the challenges. And we have really come out with the best way to do that. So with the social media users, definitely they will be rewarded for using Weownomy Chat, Weownomy Web, for clicks, comments, and any other online activities that can be monetized, including content creators. That's amazing. And that's also some of the most important thing that has actually helped to build a lot of numbers. People like Weownomy because of this new concept that, okay, fine, look, how can Weownomy be better than Facebook? Fine. So we started from nowhere. Many people think, oh, this is a scam, this thing cannot happen and stuff like that. but we're building it. That's why you see every weekend I show you the progress of the app that is being developed, and it's powerful. But again, we said we can't stop there. There's a huge way we can really build this, because we have a lot of people who have suffered a great deal. At one time, Facebook came with Libra. They wanted to do that. But the problem, again, they were using the old traditional system. But now, if you want to build a business model, look in the eye of the user, the people who are in need, and solve that need. And that's how powerful your idea will be. And it will build that individuality across any other ideas, because people will know you by how you position your business. Okay? And the reason so many businesses fail, 98% of them, is because we're recycling the same thing. But be unique and mean what you want to do and build that business with the people. Don't do things without them. Just put them on the front line. Tell them we're moving this direction. Some of them will be grumpy and what, but eventually they will feel that addiction with that business model, because it's different. They have never seen that in anywhere else. So they need it. And if they have that urge to say, we need this, you have won, because they are going to be successful and the business is going to be successful, and it could change a lot, many other things than what started by you making sure they become successful and they have a better life. But again, it can spread out and people will want to identify with our business model. Okay, so that's what is here. There are many people living outside their home country who would like to send money back home, but face obstacles such as low income to as much as she or he wishes. There's so many people, migrants, who are suffering. And for some reasons, because of wars and what, for them to know there's this opportunity which can turn around a small amount that he has, maybe others, $200, $100, $50. But again, to know that if I walk in here, I could be earning more. I could earn more by just sending my loved one. So we pay you for sending to your loved ones and you earn. And that's going to be much more easier because your loved ones are happy, you're happy, and you consistently want to know about a business model. And that's, you have even your currency. So you'll find that most of the refugees who are out there don't even need to call them refugees, because we have a user-owned business that they can participate in and can make them much better. But it starts by them doing the transactions that they want to do the transactions, and they come to become a better person by joining the Weownomy family. That's how big, that's how disruptive we are. And this is what the world needs. And this is what our African people need. And all the humanity needs this, okay? Because what affects you affects everyone. And all our needs are the same. We just need to understand that so that we don't have any competition amongst ourselves, because we all need the same things. You want to have a good car, you want to have a good house, you want to have healthy life, you want to have healthy family, you want to see your loved ones happy. It's just the same. It's only that we're doing it the wrong way. Okay, so with that completely, shared with you, and I'm very happy about it. I wanted to really make this presentation in a very creative way to just give you the best of your understanding, and to also be able to educate you step by step and give you the passion of what we're doing. Because if you don't have the passion of what you get involved in, then it means we don't have anything. And that's why you see most of these businesses fail. That's why you see most of the challenges that come into countries. We create apathy and isolation because no one wants to believe that there's going to be a better way than to really get out of what we are. So you just think, oh, it's a normal thing. We have to suffer. We have to have this and that. But if you think that whatever happens, it just needs you to really look at it in a creative way, it could be a breakthrough that could turn around everything. And that's what we are doing right now. Okay, so WeOwn's timeline, many people are asking, okay, we are talking of when this trades will happen. So strategically, everything is communicated on our website. And today, you'll be able to have all of this news, and I'll also go through that website to show you everything, and you can share it with your loved ones. And that's the website that's going to have a press release. It will go viral all over the world. And it's amazing how things are happening, because we do things and we achieve a great deal. What can take you in a year, we achieve it in a week. And that's the mindset that needs to really be built in you as well, so that you don't only wait for your success, but again, understand that success requires your focus to be as fast as possible to as many people as possible. And then that's how you will also live a very significant life. By impacting as many people as possible, because it's very, very important to not just change 2 or 3 people, but again, to really think and build this vision and be extended to as many people as possible. So it's big and very exciting what we want to do. So today, we're very excited. As I told you, 1 week in Weownomy is a year. We have a great deal that is happening behind the scene. So a partnership with Pan-African People's Alliance. This is amazing. You will be able to learn what they have in mind. It's big. I will be able to show what they have on the website. It's amazing. They have a new approach of unification, the whole continent. Last time I talked about the 2063 agenda, which I took you through. I actually tried to see if most of you are ready and for sharing all of your part of your proceeds, and see how we can really build our continent in the very best way, because our continent needs us, needs your participation. And most of you are concerned, we're saying, no, we're tired with these corrupt governments and stuff like that. So the World Peace Body has 2 entities. One has the economic wing and the political wing, and it's beautiful. Today you'll be able to see all these, and we'll take you through this whole process. And this also positions you to have an assignment to build a better continent, and as you work with us. So it's amazing how this is. So the Pan-African People's Alliance to adopt WIONs to build the African income livelihoods, trade and development finance. That's big. As we have this use case of the remittance, social media, and then Pan-African People's Alliance, and again, the peace accords, which you'll see, I do sit on this particular body, which I'm happy to share with you. Okay, so this is the economic wing. So we have all these amazing ideas and how we think that the Pan-Africa Peace Accords can help. And the challenge is always special interests who make money on war, death, and instability, normally so that they're able to rob the country of its resources without oversight or payment. And we have a very different approach. So these are potential countries that are on board, as South Sudan, President of Chad, Central African Republic. So we have areas that all of you guys at a certain stage, we also will have a different email, like the one that deals with any of the continent projects. So we can have your ideas, which you can work in different African continents. So that's very, very, very important. So I am the World Peace Ambassador of South Africa, actually, and the business attaché of the Pan-African Peace Accord. That means on the continent level, I'm very much interested in big approaches of how we can really emancipate our people across the continent. So that's amazing, and we do have other ones who are sitting there. And so in addition to that, I'm also another world director for information, not only just a world peace ambassador, but I'm also one of the very top 3 directors. So we are 3 there. Yosef is the founder, is the one behind the Pan-African Africa People's Alliance. We have His Excellency Sir Patrick Pichot, is also very strategic in worldwide, and also critical in many ways, and he has got a lot of experience, and myself as well there. Also, I am on the team. So the team, again, which is the World Peace Body, which works with quite a number of people. So I am also there with all these distinguished people. So we have all the important ways to really work and make sure that we do a great deal for people globally. And so I'm very honored for that opportunity. And that also shows you that what we really do, or what I tell you, will actually happen. And you are in good hands. And so don't really get worried, because we have a great deal of respect, and that we really make sure that when we say we're going to have something will happen, we make sure that will happen. And so I benefit from quite a number of connections globally, and we can do a great deal, and in a very wonderful way. So with that said, I'm very honored when I share with them the opportunity around Weowns. And currently, the Weowns is going to be the currency for all humanity. When we say all humanity, it's the money that speaks to your needs and the money that cares, because there's a difference, money to speak to your needs, but again, does it care? Can you get it? Does it really love you? And that's what has been happening, because the difference that we've been having with people globally is everyone is fighting for this scarce commodity, but there is a design that has been set up on all of these different currencies that make the situation worse. And we thank crypto blockchain to come up, so we can be able to establish a proper currency that can really care, and you can really have access to it, and it can also be able to help as many people as possible. So that's a process here, is that Weowns is a digital currency for all humanity. It's designed to benefit the African nations and the world as a whole. The Weowns system includes Weownomy, an alternative social media platform that will give stakeholders full control over the content and their own space on the internet. So it's a digital currency for all humanity. If you have a pen, you can put it down. It does not just make you and others successful, but again, it's going to make the world a better place. And it's designed to benefit African nations and the world as a whole. So that's how powerful it is. Now, with that said, I would like to share an important, very critical presentation from the Pan-African People's Alliance, which speaks to the situation in Africa and how important Weowns will play. But again, it also speaks to the different challenges that you have in all those different African nations, and how your participation will also be very powerful. You can go on that website, which I'll show you, and you can read it. And if you want to participate, you really need to really think and make your mind well. But I think it will be much better when we share and understand what you want to do, and we guide one another so that you can have a very impactful way of how to do, and you'll be able to listen as I play the presentation. And in that presentation, you'll be able to get all this important understanding that our ecosystem is going to work with different other ecosystems, because together we can be able to build a better world, a better continent, and that's amazing. So let me take you to this presentation, which was not prepared by me, but by the Pan-African People's Alliance. And you're going to see how Africa can rise, but we need you for that to happen, or Africa needs you for that to happen. And it's very important that you understand that we are doing a great deal, and you are always on the front line. We don't leave you behind, because we think you're going to be a very important person in your life, and you're going to play a very important role and to make the world a better place, the continent a better place. And we're building the future, or the Africa we want and the world we want, by our participating in it and making sure that this happens. And very, very unique, important ideas that need to happen. So let me just take you there, and you can listen very carefully. And as you listen, you will get to really learn and appreciate. So just pay attention and listen to this.
Welcome to Papa Alliance. This is a Papa Alliance presentation. Papa Alliance is an African unity alliance that will succeed where others have failed, because we have respect for human rights and local ways, cultures, and governance. We have a strategy and formula to succeed. Our vision: one Africa, one people, one alliance. Our goals: African unity, stability, freedom, and prosperity. Slide 4. The Papa solution for African alliance will succeed where others have failed, because our structure is unassailable, with endless successors. Assassinating any one person or many will not change the direction of the party, it will only fuel its growth. Our principles of human rights and respect for national and local governments will empower all African nations without ceding their sovereignty. African nations will be united with the principles of human rights, a servant government, local control, and a unified African alliance for trade, security, and finance. Slide 5. We believe that government should serve the people and guarantee their basic human rights. Slide 6. The benefits of One Africa is a Pan-African trade platform that can control the price of strategic exports. Trade experts from each country will participate. This gives Africa a way to maximize world political and economic influence while maximizing prices for local benefit. Our plan will also increase food security and mandate that a portion of all exports be sold locally. The benefit of a financial platform with control of the world's precious metals and resources: we will be able to forge an African currency, on and offline, for the benefit of all African nations. This new currency will be based on their resources, not their production. Slide 8. So why join? Because we can come together on the things that unify us, to secure prosperous and secure Africa for all Africans. Together we can win. Together we are part of the whole of Africa movement, and soon to be the world. Our party alliances across Africa will support one another and make us powerful. Together we can chart our future. All small parties that agree with the Papa platform and terms should unify into one large party. Slide 9. The benefit is victory. Together we can win elections and the authority to forge a wonderful future for Africa. Anything less than total victory is pointless. We are better together. Slide 10. Together we can share resources, information, and talent on a whole of Africa and soon a world basis. A transnational, political party and government alliance will be unbeatable. The PAPA structure in Africa is composed of 3 bodies: an Alliance Council, an Alliance Assembly, and an Alliance Advisory. The Alliance Council will be composed of 3 committees, one of the chairman, one of the Secretary General, and one of the nation states. The Alliance Assembly will be composed of members from each nation state, and the Alliance Advisory will be composed of all members across Africa. Slide 13. To be accepted as a member and to receive the benefits and the power that come with membership, your party is required to adopt the PAPA platform, terms and principles. Include PAPA officials in your organization. Adopt PAPA's symbol of the black hand over the red hexagram. You can keep your loved symbols, keep your names, and add PAPA next to it. Work locally and internationally with PAPA leaders to achieve national and international objectives. Slide 14. This is an upwards movement. Small political parties should unite into one large party that adopt PAPA platform and is sensitive to each other's concerns. The most powerful brand that combines the symbol and the human desire is upwards. A good name for a political party is upwards. It is very simple and to the point and goes along with the symbol. Slide 15. Imagine millions of people across Africa, even the world, holding up their hands and finger in support of PAPA Alliance. In their heart, they all want to go up, and we point upward to heaven from our hearts. We all want to go up. That is the desire of the human heart. Slide 16. Frequently asked questions that people have in their mind. I'm sure you might have more, and you're welcome to ask. Do I have to change my party name? Answer: no. Simply add PAPA Alliance symbol and adopt our principles.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's from the Pan-African People's Alliance. It's amazing, they're disruptive on a position of how to really build and unite all the differences between the political divides across the African continent, and how they can establish a very wonderful arrangement to really make sure that all of our people across the continent have a very unique way and united, as it's very important, just as we are united. Weownomy to really make sure, because as you're united, we can be able to really accomplish quite a lot. We'll also be able to go on the website. It's very wonderful. I am, as I told you, I'm on the economic wing, and so they have also thought of coming with the other ways they can really be able to, deal with all the political parties across Africa, and how they can really help many of these challenges. Focused mainly, they have those 4 countries: South Sudan, Sudan, Chad, where they want to build that business case and see how that can really help and make sure that they resolve all those different problems. And again, it's very important that it can really also spread up across the continent, because this is something which I believe is very critical to the wellness of our people, the unity of purpose, and whatever we do that really is bigger than us. So that's very, very important. And when they shared it with me, and I said, no, I'll be open, I'll be able to also share it with our family, Weownomy family, to just know all these disruptive arrangements. We are so much very well, clearly articulative in the business area, but they're also very well positioned, and they want to adopt WEONs to make sure not only the trade platform, the financial platform, and a great deal of the peaceful financing tools that we have, and how they can also talk to the different countries, bring them on board on the political arena and all that. So that's all very important and very unique in what we're really doing globally, because their role as a world peace, they get involved in many of these conflict areas, and they do understand in the nature, the problems that are involved in many of these countries. And they think that it's a very wonderful way to unite, and all these differences where there are political divisions in many of these countries, which again, go ahead and create a lot of problems for many people, which again leads to poverty, leads to isolation, leads to lots of death, and a lot of degradation that happens around the continent. So all of a better way of solving the problems in Africa and also establishing peace is critical, and that's the Pan-Africa Peace Accord and the Pan-African People's Alliance. So this is all critical for the betterment of the Africa we want, the Agenda 2063. So they have all these important relations with African Union and the rest. But they also would love to also see that our people can also participate and get to know, learn it, understand it, and potentially see where it can fit in all your individual countries where you are. And I think that's going to be something very critical in that arrangement. And you learn more as we go through this presentation. And I think that's very, very important that I share that with you to understand that. So with all that, it's very critical again with what we intend to do, the success that is building up, the ecosystem that is coming up. Now we have the Pan-African Peace body, we have the remittance network, we have the social media, we have all these wonderful pieces that are coming together to build our ecosystem. Then we need to sit down and talk about the token distribution, and that's also already on the website, which we're unveiling today so that you can be able to see that. And without any delay, I would love to potentially take you to check out the website and look at it, which is official, and then now from there we can come back and finish our presentation. The other important areas of our presentation, which is very, very critical. So I would like to take you to that website. Okay, so we are now unveiling the Weownomy website, which is going live, which has all the important information. Boom, that is what we have. The address is http weownomy.global, and you now have the official website, which has all the commercial trade model of what will happen exactly on the exchange. And I will just be happy to just go through some of it. And so we officially let the world know that Weownomy will be a drop to 1 billion addresses. So definitely we have 30,000, but it's just going to be dropped to a lot of different people out there. And our target is clear. So we are dropping 10 billion tokens to 1 billion addresses. So for the first time ever, Weownomy Smart Swap Exchange and SEDEC Exchange will be powering the airdrops of Weownomy tokens to 1 billion addresses for global remittances and social media users. I've taken my time to really explain to you the whole why we now have a new use case of the global remittances, which is very unique. We've gone through that in detail. So for every remittance transaction, one can be rewarded with an extra amount on top of what was sent or received by participating in the trades of Weownomy on SEDEC Exchange. We'll explain that so someone can come and they will be able to check out what is SEDEC Exchange, and that's very, very wonderful. Again, another very powerful is what is Weownomy? Weownomy is the currency for all humanity. So Weownomy is a digital currency for all humanity. It's designed to benefit the African nations and the world as a whole. The Weownomy system includes Weownomy, an alternative social media platform that will give stakeholders full control over their content and their own space on the internet. Weownomy is Africa's first truly viable answer to Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum. What this means, yes, we salute them. They have actually, our all smart contract is built on Ethereum blockchain. But again, we have a very unique way of what we want our user-owned currency to behave. So that's very important. So the continent of Africa has always been a vocal point for major global powers. It's rich in natural resources and is ripe with potential, but still suffers from conflict, okay, and poverty. So WEONS has been carefully crafted with the goal of making Africa self-reliant in development finance. It's an economic empowerment tool for Africa, but also for people all over the world. So to support this initiative, WEON has partnered with the Pan-African Peace Accords and Pan-African People's Alliance, focused on the model to spread peace across the continent and solution to the problems facing the African continent. So here we have the website of the Pan-African People's Alliance, which you can click. So can we visit the website so that you can see what is in there? So PAPA is for African unity. They are for African security, and they are for African prosperity. So to be associated, to have, WEONS to be adopted by them, it's big news, man. It's amazing, and you want to hear. Let me just, okay. Let's do this so that you can hear this. It's a wonderful thing here. It's amazing. You can take your time, read it, go through the website. You'll see the information. You can take your time to read. I've read it in detail. You can also take your time just by passing through the WEON website. So this is part of our ecosystem to make Africa better, to make you better, okay? So WEON network to change the way you send money. And we have also talked about this, but it's also on our website. As people visit our page, they need to know what it is. So we are the verge of a global remittance network that will be built on WEONS. The world's remittance market is worth over $600 billion. And there are billions of people in the world who send money to friends, family members, or loved ones overseas. One way this is done is through an international wire transfer service like Western Union or MoneyGram. However, these companies charge up to 10% of their services, which creates financial difficulties for families. So WEONS are an Ethereum token with the total supply of 21 billion that we have as a maximum. So WEONS was created to solve the problem of global remittance fees. And for every transactions you send or receive in the WEON network, you'll earn more WEONS. So this means that by simply sending money abroad or receiving it from someone else through this network, you can earn much more than your original transfer amount in less time than traditional methods such as Western Union. So WEONS network to change the way you send money. Every transaction you send or receive in the WEON network, you will earn more WEONS. So this means that by simply sending money abroad or receiving it from someone else through Weownomy Pay, you can earn much more than your original transfer amount in less time than the traditional methods such as WEON. So this means that you could earn up to double your original transfer amount just by transferring through our network. So money is a global currency, and it can be difficult to transfer funds from one country to another. When sending money abroad, the process of conversion between currencies incurs high fees. So WEON offers an innovative solution. You receive the rewards for transferring money through our network. That means that by simply sending or receiving a transaction in WEON network, you'll earn an extra top of what was sent or received. And then we have the eligible airdrop recipients and timeline. So this website now provides a clear picture. We have a practical countdown of Weow's trade on SEDEC exchange, and Weow's smart airdrop, which is going to now deal with the global remittance and social media users trade on SEDEC exchange. So in September, SEDEC exchange is going to confirm in a press release, and then your 3 million tokens for the first 30,000 Weownomy co-owners to trade 3 million tokens, SEDEC exchange to confirm. This is September. Our market price value for each token is 57.37. The market cap is $4.5 billion. The available tokens to trade on SEDEC exchange, that's 3 million times 57.37 is $171 million. That's most of the amounts that are going to go to you guys. And then the acceptable pair currencies, Weow's, Bitcoin, Ethereum, USDT. And so this is the Weow's trade on SEDEC exchange. So the whole process, you'll see the timeline and why it's fixed on those days. So we have everything practical so that you guys can know. You've been asking when is this happening and stuff. So we have that. So the token sales proceeds, we have divided the whole thing. And so this clearly shows you that 30% of all the tokens are going to Weownomy 1 billion social media users. You're among them. 20% goes to Pan-African People's Alliance and Pan-African Peace Accord. So 20% of the tokens. 15% your CEO, 24% Weow's Foundation, and 11% Weownomy community board members. What does this mean? You count 30%, 20%, 30%, 24%, that is 54%, and 11%, it goes to 65%. So 65% of the tokens are owned by the users. 20% is owned by the Pan-African Peace Alliance. So, and then the 15, so that means the majority owners of the tokens are actually the users who own it. Now, because we looked at this and we saw that most of the people, when they get the payouts, it will be very difficult for them to contribute to the initiatives that are happening. So we decided to divide. So the 11%, which is highlighted here, Weownomy community vote members, that will not be owned by you to eat, but it will be owned, it's just a pool of vote tokens which are out there, so that if there's anything that is being voted upon, we don't have to touch your tokens, because people are emotional. As I told you, by way of nature, most of the people are selfish. So they want to earn more, they don't want to give. So the company knows that. And so we decided that if there's anything to vote for, you will come and vote not to own those tokens, but for the purpose that is required, so that you don't feel that we had to take your own tokens for some purposes and you are not happy, because most of the people are saying they are not happy with, not necessarily that they don't want to contribute, but in the real sense, they will start to feel a little bit uncomfortable if they have to vote to part with their money, even though the company has been so kind enough to give them that platform, and you guys are going to get a lot of money out of the contribution that you've made. But out of that, a lot of money, not every one of you, I believe over 60% or 80%, are not going to be easily. But if you would like to participate voluntarily, you can. So, but if you are going to, if the company thinks there's an initiative that can position Weown in a better place and we need your vote, that vote you will have to come and vote yes. If you don't want to vote, you just stay with the Weons that you have and continue, because that way we're going to separate that fear of using your Weons, because you own them and we don't want to dictate to you how you should spend them. But if there's any vote, we will have a pool of votes, which is 11%, and that's what will be required. And that vote is taken on the stock exchange, SEDEC, to be sold and be directed to that particular voting purpose without ever touching your coins, or your Weons in this case. So that way we have freedom. And the reason we're doing that is because one thing is that Weons is going to be regarded as a currency for humanity, and it will increase based on how it supports different ecosystems. Now, if that ecosystem, we are going to depend from our co-owners who are not willing to participate in one way or another, then it's going to bring problems, and it could drive down the price of Weons. So we would like to separate that, so that when the co-owners would like to vote, they know they're not voting with their Weons, and they are voting separately with the Weons which are not allocated to them, but they are part of the community. And that's going to be much more easier than when we vote using your Weons and you may not be interested to stake your Weons. So that's how it is, okay? But nonetheless, all the users have 65%, and the founder has 15, Pan-African People's Alliance and Pan-African Peace Accord has 20, which is amazing, and because it helps, again, to serve the solution across the continent. And that way, we will be able now to establish, since they are happy to adopt Weons, we are also happy to also make sure that they also have a stake in Weons. And that's how we're going to have a stronger Weon going forward. And it's historical, very powerful to know how the whole Weons are going to be distributed. So that's amazing, amazing. So that means the token distribution, that means all the proceeds, they will always be 65% to all the users and 20% to Pan-African People's Alliance and Pan-African Peace Accords for the purposes of the project. And on my side, I can decide to add more to the users. It will be easier for me to be able to say, if I see a cause that is important, I don't need so many of them, but I can quickly be able to allocate the portion of those Weons to important causes that are required quickly without even any kind of vote or what, because then I can be able to accomplish that quickly on behalf of the network, because we want to make sure that we build it. I am a giver and I can do that, and that's my role, to really make sure that that really happens to make this project a success, okay? So now this is the very most important thing, that how Weons smart airdrop works. So definitely we are dropping 10 billion tokens, which will be on SEDEC exchange. And what happens is that for every remittance transaction, an individual will be required to create an account with Weownomy Pay to trade Weons on SEDEC exchange and receive funds via Weownomy Pay. After the trade on SEDEC exchange, it will happen so fast that even people who don't know how to use the Weons, they will not even need to touch it. It will just be automatic. You just open an account, put in the money, and then everything is done behind the scene on your behalf, and you actually receive the additional more funds as explained. So an individual can come with one trade, which is $57. He receives 50 Weons. 5 trades, will be able to receive 250. 10 trades, it's 500. 25 trades, depends on how an individual is interested. And then before the trades happen, you have to open an account with Weownomy Pay. That's going to be our payment gateway that you can use to create an account to make it easy for people to send trade Weons. If someone wants to trade on SEDEC exchange, they can receive their funds via Weownomy Pay. So that's also going to be given to SEDEC Exchange so that they can know how the system will work. So that's the whole commercial thing, that someone comes, opens an account on Weownomy Pay, which we want people to open before even the trades happen. And now we have even a counter there to really show everything much more clearly and explain all the process so that people know you're not just waiting without understanding what are the processes are. So the processes are very clear, and the website puts it in the public to explain to people what it is. And this is the timeline. So the timeline is that September, Weownomy is coming on SEDEC Exchange. So SEDEC Exchange will confirm in a press release the launch of 10 billion Weownomy smart airdrops for global remittance network and social media users. That is going to be the goal this month, because as they continue, they have requested that this has to be very important. The process has to be done well and put it on the website so that people can understand. In October, the Weownomy token will now be officially out there, so that we integrate them with Weownomy Pay, a user on, so that it can enable users to send and trade the first 3 million. So there will be a testing between the Weownomy to test out the Weownomy Pay system with SEDEC Exchange so that they can see how everything works, and then make it ready for the very first 30,000 Weownomy owners to be able to participate. And in the same October, Weownomy will be on the coin market cap, so that's our value, because now it will be officially accepted by SEDEC Exchange, so it will be all over the the coin market cap, the World Coin Index, and all where they do where they show the market price of the token. In the same October, someone can send and receive and trade Weownomy tokens on SEDEC Exchange and receive funds via user owned. And again, in the same October, someone can be able to buy, sell Weownomy and exchange with Bitcoin, Ethereum, USDT via Weownomy Pay. Remember, all the fees that I incurred for any of the trades between Bitcoin, Ethereum will be paid by the Weownomy network. And it's same October, Weownomy swap Weownomy tokens via Weownomy Smart Exchange 100% fees and gas reimbursed fully with Weownomy Smart. And then in November, the launch of Weownomy Chat. So that will be the Weownomy social media trades for 3 million users on SEDEC Exchange, including Class D. So the Class D will now be able to start to participate in November. So the very first one will be Class A, B, and C, who will participate earlier on. So everything is transparent, starting with the announcement, which will happen in September, and then testing out and making sure that the compatibility between Weownomy Pay and how it will work with the exchange, and getting people ready to start to register on the platform and stuff like that, especially Weownomy Pay, and make sure that everything happens very well, so that in October, when the trades and everything starts, there's no glitches, nothing like that, because we expect not only 30,000 co-owners, but many other people who are going to open their account, their accounts on Weownomy Pay. People want to send money to their loved ones and stuff like that. So it's the whole process of preparation, high-level preparation this month, and the press releases will go out both from the SEDEC Exchange, our exchange. Our Weownomy will also come out with also a press release, and that's how we prepare for the big day, the wedding day. And that's amazing, and it's very practical. And this is part of the due diligence, is that we need to provide this website to SEDEC Exchange, so that when they release the press release, everything is transparent to everyone who's going to participate on the wedding day. So there are no assumptions. Everything is clearly documented, clearly explained. And that's how disruptive we are and how organized we are, to make sure that the process is very important to be able to actualize what we want to do and what we want to achieve, and how we can sustain it after that. So we are not just falling on the day of the trades, but how are we maintaining that? Because we have thousands of people who are coming, and we need to properly prepare this whole process in September. And that's how we have this counter, which is up here for you guys. So people who are desperate and saying, no, I wanted this thing to happen this month, please understand that what we intend to do is bigger than just what you can imagine possible. And we need to think practically and put everything much more clear. But now you have that day, and you can see the counter is there for you to understand that everything is done successfully and to really put everything ready. So we're very excited about it. And I think that's going to really bring everything to the success that everyone has been looking for. And so we can have this very wonderful opportunity. Then you can go ahead and read. Weownomy is a revolutionary global remittancy. And we have our partners here: Weownomy Pay, Weownomy Bank, Weownomy Platform, AEX. And then we also have Pan-African People's Alliance, and we also have Seaway. So Seaway is an American company, which I'm also a CEO. And it's very important that if you want to see that, it's here. So you can see, so this company also has the same, unique business model whereby we are going to produce the very fast electric cars in the United States. And it has the DNA for also serving the continent. So you can have your very own Seaway vehicle. Seaway means creative, the creative way, while also owning a part of the company. So it's all about that. So the electric vehicles revolution is coming. Seaway's new electric vehicle consumer co-ownership strategy tools offer a flexible financing solution to help you own an electric vehicle today. So it has a huge, we have big dreams, things that are going to happen, but we're starting. Seaway has been there for some time. We have a wonderful team in the United States. We have a wonderful team in Germany, in Europe. People around this project who definitely are doing the best to make sure that it happens. So we are very happy that what we're doing, we have a great deal of wonderful projects, and we want you to stay excited. That's very important, and know that all that we're doing started from somewhere, especially this project, Seaway Automotive. It's very dear to us. Just imagine a consumer who puts a deposit of $2,500. He can be able to have an electric car, because those cars are very expensive. At least even if it's $50,000, $60,000, with $2,500, it's a self-financing arrangement. So we can organize something for co-owners in Weownomy, co-owners, in Weownomy, AEX, who would like to own a car, an electric car. You guys have Porsche cars, you have, our team can design one of the best, any of the designs that you ever think possible. We can really bring them out there. And so when you ever dream of having a car, just dream that everything, we have an ecosystem that can do that, so we have the best, and we can really, really, really accomplish a great deal. Okay. And so that is amazing, and so that's very important that I share with you. So we're also going to share with you our white paper. So the white paper really will go through our all Weownomy business model, and what provide you an analysis of the current situation, payment industry, outline why it has been impossible to develop a truly decentralized payment system that can be adopted globally, and what we offer with Weownomy, which is clearly a game changer, globally. So that is our new unveiled website of Weons. We are going to have the one of Weownomy Pay just here at the corner. This one will be ready by next week. So right now it's not yet ready, but we have already provided the team. They're going to really make that ready. So, next meeting, we'll have that ready, and then you guys can start to register. I told you 1 week in Weownomy is a year. So we do achieve a great deal in a very short period of time. I'm very excited. Thank you for that. As we continue again to share with you more, now that I've taken you through this, you've been able to learn to know that now our Weons is going to go global. Thank our Weownomy IT team. They really designed this. These guys deserve, many thanks for what they have done. And it's a teamwork, and how we do all the best to make sure that we build this to help each one of us to actualize. So it's not only the CEO who makes all the dreams possible. He has to work with the team, and the team also have the same passion to make sure that we build this and make it a reality. So it's big, and it's happening, and that's every week we make those changes and we get to the reality of what we want, and that is amazing. And again, the other process is, most of you who have received the airdrops, you have to really make sure that you are ready, because now very soon, within this month, you will be required to transfer. We'll give you an address to transfer all the airdrops that you received to SEDEC Exchange. If you want to transfer half of it or everything, you'll have to do that. But I just have to let you know that where you have those wallets, Venly, Self-Key, they will charge you at least $10 to transfer from the Venly or Self-Key or whatever you guys have, those Weons. Those ones who have not received the Weons will not have any charge, because everything will be dropped directly from the exchange. So don't worry about that. So for you, you'll just need to open Weownomy Pay account together with everyone who has also received the airdrops. You'll also have to open Weownomy Pay account to be ready, because that's where you receive your funds, and to really be prepared. So we want to make sure this is going to be a wonderful experience for you. And I think you can also acknowledge and appreciate that we've prepared everything for you. And so this month we want to prepare you and make sure that September, as the announcements come, as the press releases go global, we have everything ready, so that as the trades happen, they will be integrated directly with Weownomy Pay, and how fast that is going to be. And again, we also have to test out with many other people who are going to be sending funds to their loved ones, and they want to use Weownomy Pay. So it's going to, the system is just going to have a lot of people. We don't know how many, but it's just going to have a lot of people who are going to use it. So the IT team and everyone, and also our new IT team that is giving us the platform, will also work together to make sure that this becomes, because the trades are not going to be just one day, it will be like continuously. So people will be coming in big numbers, and want to make sure that the system works well for them, works well for you. And again, it also works well for SEDEC Exchange to really link up every of those trades that really happen on the exchange. I hope that is very understood, and be prepared. Don't lose those Weons, because if you lose them, then that's a big challenge on your side. So just make sure that they are very safe and you really keep them in a good place. So that's wonderful, and you need to really pay attention to that. So as we go ahead to really go through some of the final places, Yes, we've gone very importantly on all this important presentation today, which is very unique and very, very important for you people to listen and always to remember 1 week in Weownomy is a year because of jam-packed developments that happen within that time, and you really need to really pay attention. So the Weon token ecosystem will deal, as you know, with the social media part, the businesses, and again, PAPA, the Pan-African Peace Accord, is also coming in with its own unique ecosystem to really make sure that they adopt the Weon, which is going to really have a wonderful impact to build Weons across the continent using the PAPA ecosystem. And that's going to be very wonderful, and to strategy to deal with the debt burden, and using peaceful financing tools. And further to that, we have also just introduced the token distribution, which now fully shows that Weons is completely user-owned platform, and you guys have over 65%. With the 15% that we have, is just to really make sure that if there's any strategic thing that we need to do quickly, I can chip in, because we want this to really work very well. And then 20% goes to the Pan-African Peace Accord and Pan-African People's Alliance. So you guys are invited. You can participate with them, because they're also opening doors for you. They will be able to watch this presentation, and they will be happy. When you guys visit their website, check it out, and also make sure that we find a way of how we can work together to make Africa a better place. So that's very important. And so that's very, very interesting. Yes, now you know the very first trade of unions will not only how we can sustain them, it's because we have a unique ecosystem that is built around the backbone of social media users, the remittance networks globally, and now the Pan-African People's ecosystem. That's all amazing. And this time around, we're not forgetting the Class D co-owners will also officially receive their airdrops and then start to participate in November. Everything is very clear on the website, and the Weon's commercial trade approach is clearly demonstrated, and I've explained it to each one of you, and I hope that one is also very, very clear. So that's amazing. Now, this is a wonderful quote. Always would like to have it and explain to you how important this is. Money is a collective agreement. If enough people come to the same agreement, what they agree upon becomes secondary, whether it be farm animals, gold, diamonds, paper, simply a code. History proves all these cases to be true. Who knows what the future is going to suggest to us as money once we see digital currencies as ordinary. So that's amazing. We've just had a very important opportunity today that we've explained through all this presentation. And the very important part that you now know that the token distribution goes 65% to all the users. So that means as many people come, always the token will be owned by the people, and the people will protect it in the form of votes that will be there to make sure that no one ever buys out the company or no one ever takes over the token. So that's amazing and very critical to remember that this is a user-owned platform, and everything together with all the ecosystem will always be owned in that arrangement. So that's very critical. And just we have clearly demonstrated with you how the commercial approach will happen on SEDEC Exchange. You can read that website as many times as possible, because that's where what will happen on the wedding day is all documented there. So that's very important. The Pan-African People's Alliance, they will also be able to write to SEDEC Exchange. So we have massive, massive, massive arrangement, and the wedding day is going to be historical. This is big. So we are preparing and we have the focus, and now you know how everything will happen. And I hope all your interactions in the group will appreciate the process and will acknowledge that now finally we have something, how it's clearly set up and the unique ecosystems around what we're happening. And every week we achieve something. Every week we achieve something much bigger that can cover what many people cannot achieve in a year. So that's powerful and that's amazing. Okay. All right. So we are excited, and I think this is history in the making for you guys to understand that we have a backbone of social media users, and this is big, powerful, going through all these arrangements of what we've been doing and looking at all the opportunities that are coming. As you know very well, in November is not far, we will be launching Weownomy Chat, and that's big. It will happen at the time when you guys have just done the trades. So it's all jam-packed activities that are happening. If you really pay attention and if you really can recognize that you're in a disruptive company, if you know that you're in a disruptive company, every minute, every hour, there's a great deal that we do behind the scene, so that by the time you see something on the weekends, we already have wonderful news that we share with you. Again, Weownomy Chat website will be coming out in this month, towards the end of this month. So that's powerful. It will also have a counter. So you guys, for the first time, you'll know when in November, Weownomy Chat will be up, will be live, and catalog that they're going to put on that website. So that's amazing developments that we have. And I believe this is big and very important for you. As always, I would love to, before we close, to go through and you see some of the latest developments that they have. They do some small little improvements in what they have with Weownomy Chat, with Weownomy Web, and that's still very clearly interesting. We'll start with Weownomy Chat. So that is clearly very impressive, as usual, to really have this time to share with you. We can. So these are the login screens, which have different, like when you log in, and then this is how it looks. Then after that, then you put your email, and then you put your password, and then you hit in. So after you hit in, okay, and then here when someone is signing up on Weownomy, okay, you put your name, details, your email, so that you can have a new account with Weownomy Chat. So that's, and currently as I speak, they're already in production. And so we'll also be able to have it live, whereby before even November, I can be able to show you, instead of the screens that now I've logged in, this is how you guys, you'll see everything. So we'll be, together with our IT team, we'll be the very first people to use it, to check it out, because we need to make sure it's the best. So how you can reset passwords and stuff, so this is powerful. How your experience will be just like the same experience you guys have with WhatsApp. Now this is your own app that you guys will be using to really interact, and very soon, in very few days, you will now be getting off completely from WhatsApp and go to your new home, where you guys will now be the owners, interacting, just like the examples shown here. how someone interacts. And that's amazing to really say the truth that we are achieving a great deal in a very short period of time. So it's better to count your blessings and say thank you, and then you appreciate exactly that a great deal is done, and let your subconscious mind receive the new good news and take time to embrace the good news, because sometimes it takes a lot of time, since you've gone through a lot of challenges in your life, to really understand that you're already blessed and you have just you to really just acknowledge that finally you have this opportunity before you, and it's clearly there to see. And so that's big opportunity, and we are doing as much as possible to show you that everything is already accomplished, and we are just in the final preparation stages before we go to the wedding venue. But the wedding venue is already booked, and everything is being prepared, coordinated to make sure that we have everything ready. So I'm very happy for that. Now this one is for just like Facebook, the big platform. Okay. So this is how far it is. So we have something in November, and then in December we'll also have this one. So it's big. It's big, and we're excited that finally the dream is here to be seen by many people, and this is amazing. The Weownomy social network is a reality, and once it's a reality, it has to sink in your subconscious mind that you're dealing with reality. You're not just dealing with if or but or any assumptions. You're actually dealing with reality, and once you deal with reality, it shows you that you're already in the history books. It's only that you don't really think it's so powerful, but it's coming, and it's already here for you to embrace. And I think I am excited that you should appreciate that and see that, wow, this is happening. People are believing in us. People have taken time to build this app, to make it look amazing, disruptive as you see it. And this is all that builds the Weownomy ecosystem, and wow, and why other people will definitely take us serious. So I think this is critically important for you. As I see, well, you've taken time, and sorry because you guys have to go tomorrow to work, but again, a disruptive opportunity changes your life forever. And this, you are now living in those moments. You're not wasting your time by being on this call every weekend, because you're witnessing history. And by the time it goes global, and that's going to happen, and it's quickly happening, you should never have missed any of these important opportunities or moments of what we are discussing with you. So I think it's worthwhile your time, and also to thank God that everything is happening and we are still all well and doing all that is important to accomplish what is required at every moment. And so that is amazing to really accomplish. So the summary of everything to really make you very excited every time we have these meetings on the weekend is to understand how quickly this company is developing and make those notes and make sure that you are always happy up to the next Saturday, not to just come out, especially for those ones who do not want to participate in the Zooms. They should always watch the recorded Zooms which you always have on YouTube, and because you can't depend on someone else summarizing something on you, which is also very good for the guys who are doing it and they do it very accurately. But again, it's also very important for everyone to be able to listen, watch, because people have different interpretations. So you do interpret it, and so that when you discuss, everyone had an experience and did attend the Zoom meeting and watched it on YouTube and kind of understands the important steps that the developments are really taking. And so that's clearly very critical, that these Zoom meetings are very important. You miss it, then you get to really ask, because you go out there and then you say, when did they say that they will pay us? That's not the way you should really respond. The meeting is not about only the payment. The meeting talks a great deal of how the business develops, and you really have to be there, and you really need to learn. And that's what you need to carry out so that you can really understand that. That's the historical moment that you miss, and to really participate and be with us. So I think that's very important for you to quickly and always remember that, so that when we get on the trading day, which is the historical wedding day on SADC Exchange, you enjoy not only the money that you receive, but all the journey, and you understand how everything evolved up to where we are. And as we speak today, most of everything is now very clear for you, so that when we go to the trading, you understand everything, you have listened to everything. And if there's small things that you need to ask, it's just for clarity here and there. But the whole process is absolutely well laid out for you to understand and separate emotions from the process, because you can't jump. It's like someone is cooking food because you feel hungry, you just want to jump on it. You'll eat raw things. You need to wait for it to get ready, sit down, get served, eat it. And that's the process we are in now, okay? We can't jump through the process. The process is about to get finished, and we are ready to celebrate, and not only with you, but with the whole world, because this is a global mission, a global project, I understand. And so you need to not take it lightly just because of your emotional way of not really respecting that everything that really is going to come out big has to take that process, and the process is clearly articulated, and that's clearly for you to appreciate and regard it as important, so that you become the better person. It's better to have something that you really understand and clearly see how it develops, rather than having nothing. And then you just stay in the same cycle without any solution. But we are collectively together in this, and it's getting done successful. And that's more important than anything else. So I thank you guys. And I think I've had that presentation. And I think some few more, some few more sections. Is it, where have I put it? Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, we have finished with the our updates on the app. Very important what is going to happen in November, but very soon we're going to have a website for Weownomy chat with account and everything. And so to me, I'm excited. I am always clear because I see that we have already passed through the threads, and I'm just looking at the arrangements of people who are coming, who are going to use the Weownomy Pay. We want to make sure the whole experience is going to be wonderful. We want to make sure even our co-owners who have issues here and there, they get resolved. Those ones who have not received the airdrops, please know that that one is going to be facilitated on the exchange. Those ones who have received, please know that the wallets will charge you $10. So be ready to get that in order, so that once we get that announcement and SADC Exchange provides us the Ethereum address for the Weons to be received, so that they can be traded accordingly, you can be able to do that. So be ready, be on alert. At any time, we'll just communicate that to you guys so that you can do that. And then we can have all of the 20,000 people who have received to transfer that. And that's critical. And so it's all about preparations this month, and the preparations are leading us to what you guys have always wanted to become and always wanted to see happen. And it's happening. And now there's going to be a lot of very heavy press releases going out there together with SADC Exchange, and it's going to be wonderful. We have now a clear roadmap. We have everything clearly articulated with a new website. I've demonstrated everything to you. We have new ecosystems that have come through Pan-African People's Alliance. They also have a huge network of people that they can bring on board. So it's all good. It's all good, and we have to be thankful for what you have, so that you can receive more that is coming your way. And that's very, very powerful, because if you're not thankful for what you have, you don't know how powerful you are, and you can't really appreciate even anything that is going to come your way. So that's very, very important. And the way you need to understand that is to clearly understand the growth of the company and how fast we grow and where we are, and compare it with any other company that you think you can really see out there, so that you can really see how fast Weownomy is, how fast we are, progressing. So I'm very much impressed, and I thank all the prayers that are here in the group. You guys are amazing. Yes, indeed, Weownomy is doing well. All the avid, we have all these guys who really love Weownomy. They have no doubt. It really helps you, because this is powerful. And those ones who want to believe by seeing, you have the process to really look at, and the process provides you all the confidence to understand that we are doing our best, and doing all that is important. Now, we also provided all the content creators. You got the agreement. I've seen some few people who have returned them signed. I'm going to sign them and return them to you. So that's also very critical, because we also have to get you prepared, so that when you create your account with Weownomy Pay, you should also be ready to be paid. I think I'm also releasing the agreements for the virtual social media agencies, and also for the users, and also from Zanzi ecosystem as well. So it's all good. We have amazing. So if you receive the content creators agreement and you've read it, it's very important. You sign it, and I'll sign it and get you ready with your content and stuff like that. You get a work order, which will have all your content stuff in there, which will be, populated around the Weownomy advertisement exchange. And you can also get amazingly, at least between, not less than $57,000 worth in Weon. So that's in a month. That's amazing. Things are happening, and you should position yourself, be ready. And victory requires, favors those people who are prepared. And so if you're prepared at any moment, you'll always be successful. So that's clearly very, very, yes, I've just Indeed, I talked about the Pan-African Peace Accords, Pan-African People's Alliance. You now have websites, you have quite a lot that you can learn from them. Thank you very much. I know that you guys, I really appreciate your time up to this time. I see 787 people still on the call. I think this is amazing. I hope you guys appreciate that we have this important opportunities every Saturday. I mean, every Sunday. The reason I don't have it on Saturdays is because I do have a lot of work that really takes even my Saturdays. So I really make sure that I dedicate our presentation on Sunday, and you guys, you can appreciate by the stuff that I do share with you to really understand that indeed I do have a lot of work with our IT team to do work. And so sometimes when I get from Friday to Saturdays, I get so tired. So I really want to feel a little bit much more stronger when I talk to you on Sundays and provide you this information. And apologies for you guys who have to go in the morning to work and we take your time. But remember, it's a disruptive company, and a disruptive company does not waste your time. It's really giving you the best, and we hope you have had the best. And go out there, read the website of Weownomy. It has all the answers you need, and just get prepared to make sure that you are ready to send your Weownomy. And further to that, you're also prepared to get all the important issues that needs to be strengthened out for all of the people who have issues with the certificates and all of that, and just to make sure that everything is ready. But I think also our IT team now will have time. They've just been working a lot to just make sure that they can confirm to us how many people really are going to go out on the wedding day. So that's very important. So thank you very much, and I hope you're so excited, and be blessed always. Thank you. Dadel Tebeli, I just finished my presentation. Hopefully, I think we can go ahead with some questions. The people who are out there who want to ask questions. And I think for the questions, it would be better if we can have at least five people from every country. We can start with the country where you can say, I'm from South Africa, so that we cannot have the same people asking questions in the same. I think that will help. So can we now start with probably 5 people from different countries, so that you just mention your name and you mention the country. Once we hit 6, once we hit 5, we go to another country. So that way we can have quite a number of people asking their questions, and we can have them evenly distributed instead of just having the same people asking the same questions again and again.
Evening.
Evening, how are you? You're from?
South Africa.
Yes, thank you. Number 1 from South
My
Africa.
name is Yatana.
Yes.
So I just want to know, as we have been presenting, maybe I don't know whether I missed it somewhere.
Yes.
I want to know when can we really expect where the payout will take place? As you talked about the Weownomy pay.
I have just clearly explained. Thank you for that question. If you go to the website of Weownomy, it has all that information. You can read. It clearly explains everything. We have shown all the processes that requires to be complete, and it's a very fast place that you can read everything. It has the timelines. So the timelines, it has the counter in there. So it gives you a very wonderful guideline, and you can also repeat to watch this YouTube, which will give you all the guidance. But not to waste all the time with the YouTube, which is gonna be long for you. But it's also very important for you to really pay attention on that. You can go to the website and go to the timelines. It will give you all that, and you can also see the counter. We have all that information clearly explained in there.
Okay, then sorry Then the second thing, what I want to know about the upgrade, is it still on with the Weownomy?
Yeah, now the time is running out because critically we have actually provided SEDEC Exchange with a password for all of you guys who are going in to do the trades and everything. So yes, but again, because we have a restriction that we would like to use this month for the important preparations, and if it happens much earlier, the better. But the restrictions are that we would like to wind up and make sure that at least we now concentrate from people opening the accounts starting by next week, you know, on Weownomy Pay, and get people prepared for the trades that will happen on SEDEC Exchange, and also have that list shared with SEDEC Exchange to make sure that everything is done early on.
Then you said those who didn't get the ones, they mustn't worry because the information is taken from the dashboards.
Yeah, no, we'll have a list because we already co-owner, we have all your proof of payments and stuff, and we know what you paid for, which is confirmed by the IT team, and that's the list that we're being providing there. So the reason you don't need to worry is because every month there will be Weons that will be receiving in terms of payments. So we would like those ones who have not received the Weons, they will they'll have everything directly from the exchange. So we just give the list on the exchange. So the exchange will just be, will have that automatic list to look at every month to make sure that you get those Weons accordingly. So there shouldn't be anyone in that regard.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay, can we have this? Okay, can we just rotate maybe with another country so that at least we can now balance and have a better number of people? So we have one from South Africa, we can have one other one from Botswana, or in any country, so that we can move forward.
Good evening, CEO.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm okay. It's Peggy from South Africa. I'm just talking because I have been unmuted.
Okay.
And I heard that there's no other one that came
Okay.
from another country. Firstly, I just like to thank you of every time, when you are on the platform, you share and you really blow our minds of the
Thank you very much.
It shows that you are very thoughtful of us, all the things that you are sharing with us. We really appreciate. And
thank you very much.
What is this?
Also that you have alleviated our fears, especially for those that still haven't received or still have challenges with their dashboard, to say that at least now we'll be able to resolve them. I just wanted to find out, to say that now, since then, you would be waiting for the date that is on the Weownomy, the Weowns website.
Yeah.
In regard to those that are still having challenges of their dashboard, how is then the IT going to resolve it? Because we've got quite a number of. So there's a noise in the background. I'm not sure if that. Temba, I think it's you. And okay. Yes, I was saying that especially those that you send sorry, there's somebody that is busy with that's making noise. Where's line? Can you just please be quiet a bit, because it's disturbing me.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Yes, I was saying that those that we have already sent queries to the IT, how are they then going to resolve them? Because the queries have been sent on help desk through the emails, and we are still not getting responses. So I just need to find
Yes,
out maybe from Dateletebele about it to say, is it
yeah,
still
no,
going
I
to
think
be resolved?
now the team is going to really make sure, because of the need that we have to provide all that information quickly regarding any of our members. So we need to resolve everything urgently. So I think we're going to have the IT team is going to really focus on that. To make sure, because we have two challenges that are coming. We have a lot of people who are just going to come to really open up Weownomy Pay account. So we need to prioritize and make sure that our current members have all their issues resolved, so that as the system really gets busy with so many new people that are going to be using it, your issues are being resolved. So we're going to have a dedicated team to just make sure that that happens, so that any kind of issue can be resolved to your satisfaction. So it's clearly very important that it happens. Let me ask Nadel Table. Yeah, I was just affirming to our valued shareholders that since Weownomy Pay is going to get live the next week, that we expect quite a number of people to use it. And so we need to find a way to resolve all of our current members' issues. We need to know how many are they that have issues as per now, so that we can assign a dedicated team to really work around their matters.
Remember, we had a meeting last week with all the team members, whereby we were trying to strategize in terms of our new approach in resolving all the queries that we have. We thought that we wanted to develop a strategy where we can be able to resolve as many queries as possible. One of the important things that we came across that we agreed on was that starting from tomorrow, we will have a team that will be working on there will not be live webinars, but it will be pre-recorded webinars, whereby because what we realized is in as much as many people are sending that both the help desk and the live chat, they are flooded with some of the things which we thought they are not actually the problems, but they are just people who lack understanding of some of the functionalities, some of the features of the system. So we will be studying to make those videos that will be teaching people, taking people through all the steps, and also in resolving some of the common issues that they can actually be able to do by themselves. And then because now the only challenge that we we have that is sometimes causing a delay in terms of responding to the queries is we find out, we were analyzing even on the help desk to find that somebody will be reporting the same problem about 30 times. You find that you have 30 tickets that are talking about one issue. So now you take a very long time now trying to opening all the tickets, because now you have to open it in order now to see what the ticket contains. And then you find that these all 30 tickets are from one person reporting the same issue. So now it causes, we have around 5,000 tickets or so. And among them, now you have to filter those that whereby the people actually have the problems. Others are just inquiring about the information. So after that analysis, we thought that we will have those webinars. And then apart from that, we also added more of the IT members. We are now being your team members who will who have actually joined the team, and then we'll be now working will be working very hard to make sure that at least we regain the trust, because I actually told my team that as things stand now, our shareholders now have lost, the trust to the IT team, because people will be saying we have opened a ticket so long after it has been resolved after a certain time. So we are working on establishing what we call the service level agreement. We want to get to a point where we can assure people that the ticket, if you have opened a ticket, it should be responded to in maybe, let's say, 3 days or so.
Okay, no, thank you so much for that. Ruben. And then I've got one last question. CEO, if you can just clarify for me that new coin that you spoke about. And I also have a question that I wanted to ask the previous Zoom meeting about, this came from my downliners, about the agreement that you have made with hashtag consultants for the HCX coin. Is it still valid, or what is happening about it? Those are the last two questions, and thank you. I'll just listen.
Okay, yeah, no, for right now we are fully focused on our main coin, which is, the whole information that is provided. We have even launched our own website today, which we have unveiled. So the other adopted ones, we are going to structure them after, but for initially, we are going with our own Weons, as we have clearly explained and, completely shown you. And again, just to make it easier, the whole process after the announcement in September, we get the full press release, and then within October, before even the end of October, we can have the trades go through. So it's all the preparations and making sure, because this is the very first time that you people are going to participate. And so we want to make sure that we do it in the right way. You know how to send your own airdrops to the exchange and stuff like that. So it really needs a lot of care and making sure that this is handled well. And then after the first payment, people will get used, they will understand how the whole process works. So it's all good, and what we are planning and making sure that we organize everything to the very best, to make sure that everything starts up well. But all of those additional coins can only come later. But for now, we are putting our own Weon as the main first one, as the pillar one, and then we can work with the others a little bit later after the first one.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Yeah.
How are you, sir? You're talking to Damaris from South Africa. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You're talking to Damaris from South Africa.
Okay, thank you.
I'm having one question, sir. My question is, they are one of those under us the deals that are not balanced, instead of maybe receiving 2,000, they received 20. In terms of when the transfer to SADC exchange happens, what do they fall under? Do they fall under those bunch of people that that the company will help them and trade for them, or they should transfer that little that they got when the time of transfer comes?
You're saying that you have an issue with what?
I have an issue with the less Weons. So
Okay.
the question is, if you have 20 Weons instead of 2,000, maybe you are in class B. So the transfer, when people transfer their Weons to SADC exchange, are you falling under the group of those people that the company will help them doing everything? or you should transfer that less weons that you have already on your dashboard,
No,
on
it will be
your self key
recorded.
or on your Venus.
Yeah, if you already have the ones that have been transferred to you, so the other ones will be transferred via the exchange in SEDEC.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello. How are you?
Yeah.
That
I'm good. How are you?
I'm blessed and highly favored in that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That may God bless you for the talent that God has blessed you with. I don't know what to say. I'm so humbled. I'm very humbled in that. My name is Rebecca. Rebecca from South Africa, but originally from Lesotho. And what I'm happy about is that I'm disabled, but I'm so privileged to be among this beautiful, beautiful business. And may God bless you in that. The other thing that I wanted to ask, yes, and Dr. Peter, what I wanted to ask Dr. Peter is my family. I registered my family under the Paybito address. And it happened that they were paid. Some of them were paid under the Paybito address. But when I go and trace in the Paybito wallet, those weons don't appear at all. So humbly asking, how will we manage to know or how to exchange whatever them in the SEDEC exchange, yet they do appear in the Ether scan, but in the Paybito address they don't appear. The other thing is most of them, they are written paid on the Weownomy dashboard. I think it's because I did register them under one address, which was self-key and Paybito. So the moment we were told to exchange the addresses, we should put in the self-key address or Venly address, the system was not available at that time. So it happened that when I think it was in the side of the office, they managed to locate the Paybito address. They managed to locate the self-key address, which was being sent to all of my family's back office. So there, when we check that dashboard, it's written paid, but yet they don't have any weons in the self-key address, which was my self-key address. So I managed to talk to one of my leaders in the office. He tried to trace what could be done. But the thing is, he said, I'm sorry, I didn't ask her name. He said because he's in the desk, I don't know, desk, whatever, desk office, he's not able to help me a lot, but he said he will pass all that I was telling him to the IT manager or the Delta Belly. And he said I should write an email. The email of support email, I think it's full, because immediately when I email to that email address, it rejects the email. He said I should write to the live chat. I tried to talk to them. The moment I'm online, they are not online. The moment they're online, I'm not online. So I didn't know how to go about it, but I managed to talk with one lady. The lady said the message was so long because I had to put everything there on the dashboard. So may you please help me how to go with it?
Yeah, I think
the other thing I'm
just listening to this. I think you will be able to assist urgently. Delta Belly. Daddy?
Peter?
Yes, there's an issue that requires help. Have you had it, or maybe you need to be summarized again?
I can you please just summarize it because now I was on another thing here, but I had that
Oh, I
mail saying she wrote to support. What was exactly the problem? Sorry for not getting that.
no problem in that. The issue was that the pay Bito address, which was sent before the system was low, or before the Weownomy system was low, we were told to put the address in there. So about 3 people were paid in that address. And the thing is, we are able to access the we owns on the Ether scan, but in the Paybito address, in the Paybito wallet, we can't see any we owns in the Paybito. The other thing is the
No, yeah,
the
on
self
that one. Yeah, yes,
and
ma'am. Can I please just respond on that? Yeah,
and
the pay bill problem where people receive their tokens.
Daddy, I beg your pardon. It's like a little bit far from the mic.
Okay. No, I'm saying for the people who received their tokens on Paybido address, the
Yes,
Ether address is from Paybido. Yeah, well, we are aware that on Scan they are there, but when you go to your wallet, then they are unable to trace. They are unable to trace those tokens. So we have made a follow up. We have reached out to the Paybido support as to how they can be able to help us now to recover those tokens. So we are yet to receive an official response from them, and immediately when now we have a response from them, we'll be able to say if now they they give us a guide on how we can recover them, or else maybe you'll have to be given another set of you'll be issued another tokens. So that one it will be reached immediately when we get the response from Paybido team.
Oh, and that,
Because
thank you,
now
Daddy.
not
Thank you,
only
Daddy, very much. God bless you for that. The other thing is
Hello.
the other thing is, I had written self-key address on a lot of people. So the time we were told to change it, the system was slow. When we're told to give everyone his or her own address. So it is written paid on their dashboard, yet they don't have any we-ons.
yeah, that one will be if you used the same address for if there are 5 or 10, and then when the payment was done, maybe you received only payment for 1 or 2. At the time when we update the system, where it finds the same address that appear in the IFA scan, it marks all that as paid. But as we said, now that we do have both data on the Etherscan and on the system, that the process of reconciliation, whereby we try to reconcile that, it's just a long process, but we have identified so many people where we have reset the status back to unpaid, back to pending for those whom we identified that they were marked as paid by mistake. So the process is still ongoing, and we think now that we are not having more airdrops that are coming in, we'll be able to complete the process in a matter of maybe 2 days or so. It's just that now, last week, as we promised that we will do that, we now had to work on the websites and all that. So there was another lot of work that prevented us from focusing on that process alone. That is why it was slowed down. But many people, we have resolved so many people who were mistakenly marked as paid, and yet they were they were not paid. So I don't think we should be alarmed. It will be correct.
No, I'm sorry that it's like you're going a little bit far again from the mic.
Yeah, I'm saying for those people who are marked as paid and yet they haven't received the tokens, they shouldn't be alarmed. The process is still ongoing to make sure that we update. So we have done many people, I think, over. I'll just check my report, but I'm aware that there are lots and lots of people who we have updated so far.
It's like your microphone found at the end, but no problem.
I'm not.
Hello.
Yes,
You
Hello.
can't hear you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I'm still speaking, ma. Hello, ma. I'm not yet done, mommy. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Or the other thing is, yes, I understand, but that what can be done, because the support email rejects the email. The tickets, I tried to send the ticket. It doesn't want to give me the ticket number at all. And the office leader, he said he tried to help me also, but he said he doesn't know what's going on with the system because it rejects the tickets my email to give me the ticket number. That is why he said he will try, even though he knows that you are very busy. You might not even be able to attend the case for like I hear that the saying it might be resolved because now the tokens are not being released at the moment. So may I humbly ask, which email address should I use? Because I tried with the ticket, it rejects, the support reject. So maybe what can I do that? Apart from there, I'm done. May God bless you.
I just thought I wasn't aware that there are emails that are being rejected, whereby you send it to support. I think it's just a matter of expanding the memory size of those emails. They will still take in more emails. Let me just check that while we are taking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that we can expand now, and then it will be able to take more emails. But as I said, we'll be having a different approach just to make sure that we are able to respond on time. This one I can assure our shareholders that this time around we have now put together a very strong team that I think even if I were to give the reports, the tickets that they are closing now on a daily basis are very, over 500 or so in a day that is very promising.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. On the info of the emails, I will make sure that I increase the space to make sure that we're able to take in your emails. Yeah, thank you very much. We can have another question. We have.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
This is Rain. I have two questions. The first question is, since we are going to wait for the whole process to complete for 2 months, my question is, those 2 months, are we going to receive any airdrops, let's say for September and October? That's my first question. The second question is, when are the virtual agencies starting? Because I feel like we are growing and there's a great need for that. Why am I saying that? I receive a lot of inboxes and some co-owners will be sharing their problems with me. And I noticed that a lot of those problems could be solved by virtual agencies to relieve the IT and support team. So that's my second question. When are the virtual agencies starting? I think it should be treated as a matter of urgency, especially that our numbers are growing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe what you see on the counter is not exactly 2 months. It could really, we just put relatively that, but it could really turn around very fast. The only thing that really puts all the, we wanted flexibility. So the flexibility is let us see how Weownomy Pay, we get all the people on board. And once we can be able to get all the people on board, getting registered and having their accounts and making sure the process of people who are sending their Weons individually, the ones who have received them on the exchange, and I've just said that anyone who has not received, they will be able to get it on the exchange. Then at that moment, we are going to agree with SEDEC Exchange what we can be able to do. So if we get all the process ready, we can have even in the very first 2 weeks of October, the very first trades, get started. It's all about the preparation because it's a very unique new thing that we need to really make sure that people are ready and we prepare them in the best way possible. So it will not, the timelines will not take up to 56 days as it is there, but we just wanted to keep that and see how the preparations are. But that will be reduced on the internet as soon as we see all the preparations and everything has been set up very quickly, and then we can reduce those days to preferably within the very first 2 weeks of October. Now for the virtual agencies, because we wanted to really have all the contracts signed up with them and then also have them also allocated their respective Weons for that. But I think for those ones who are ready, we can have them get started urgently. But we wanted to really make sure that we go in with the long-term relationship and making sure that they have the contracts already signed, and then they can really get up. But for those ones already whom we have on the system, we'll just try and look for them and see how many, including you and Noreen, you're doing a wonderful job. So we can have those ones who are ready to to really get started, and then look out for others who also like to get started with a contract. So that's the arrangement that we're doing. But the whole process is to really make sure that we get people prepared. So it's not going to take longer, like we think. As much as fast we can be able to prepare people and get all the process done, the trading is going to happen as fast as possible. So that one, there's no problem. So I can see some of the issues and concerns that people were saying, but we have everything ready. It's only that we want to really give ourselves a little bit time to prepare and make sure that people because we wouldn't want a situation whereby you give someone Weons and then during the transfer, they cannot even be able, we have more than 5,000 people losing out. So that will be a big catastrophe. So we want to make sure that everyone who received it can actually be guided. We can have even maybe a session on webinar to show them how they can transfer them instead of really making mistakes. So we want to make sure that everything is done well, and the onboarding on Weownomy Pay, and then we definitely can then precisely time, because SEDEC Exchange issuing a press release is different from them saying we have everything from your side, especially with the Weons. If they don't have the Weons, then their readiness to allow us to trade is not going to be possible until when they have all the Weons. So we want to make sure that all of those ones who have received, we should start to prepare them and to make sure that they transfer all those Weons in time. So that's the whole issue about the timing that is required. But let's see how it works, and it can happen within a week or two, and that will really solve a lot of our problems there.
Thank you, Dr. Peter. I just want to ask a simple question.
Yes.
The question pertains to where people have paid, and the status of their certificate says the certificate not ready. When somebody has more than 3 weeks of been paid for the certificate, what could be the problem then that Peter or that Elizabeth?
I think maybe if you can confirm with the proof of payment, sometimes that could also be important, or re-uploading it, that could be important, so that you solve that. So I think it's mostly initially, I do understand because of the airdrops, there was an urgency, so they had to just say everyone has paid, but they really have to come back and confirm if someone really can re-upload the proof of payments. Others have been using the same proof of payments for so many for different accounts. So they just want to re-understand and make sure that they get the same information. So if we can just forward it, I think that should solve the problem.
But in that, Peter, I'm
Oh,
talking
I
about.
think Peter, on that. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying on the issue of certificates that are not ready, where people have paid. I think did they upload the proof of payments?
I'm talking of a situation where the proof of payment has been uploaded. Proof of payment.
No, if the proof of payment is uploaded, then that those ones it will be easier to. It will be easy to.
Can I give you two particular names so that we can look into?
Let me just do this before the end of this meeting. If the proof of payment is there, there's just one query that I can run. It will be able to pick those people with the proof of payments whose certificates are not ready, and then they will be able to be activated immediately. So the only problem is when somebody now sent the proof of payment via email and not upload on the system. So that one now we will now have to go. We'll now have to check manually. But if it is already on the system, then you shouldn't worry. I'm just doing it right now.
Can I give you the name then so that you know who we are talking about?
I will require the.
Nana as the what?
I cannot be able to search with the names easily.
What would you require?
Can we just allow it the way I'm doing it? It is going to activate them. You shouldn't worry.
I shouldn't worry.
You can check after in about 5 minutes. I think it will be up.
It will be ready. Okay,
yes,
thank you so much. The other question has already been answered regarding those who have not received their Weowns, but they have paid, and I'm hearing that you'll take care of those through SADC exchange. There are people that are still complaining under downliners who are saying, I have paid, I have not been given any airdrops of Weowns, and they are continuing to bear pressure on us because we registered them. So I just wanted an assurance that really no one will not be omitted. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
How are you? Greetings.
Yes, I'm Kalisile from Eswatini.
Yeah.
Yes. So this one is based to Ndatele Tebele. Yes, my leadership, the support, most Eswatini people, how can I put it? They are not complaining, but they are worried. First thing, it's about their status, the pending and the paid, but you've answered that. So, but they are a bit concerned that what if, as the head of support, you can assign one support, I don't know, we can assign somebody in support working with Eswatini, making sure that they are also taken off because they are now afraid that they might be left behind. I don't know.
So you're saying, Kali,
yeah, there's a problem, more especially Mr. CEO, that Peter, more especially these people I started with, their dashboard has been marked as paid. Then they've been writing to support. Support is not responding, nothing is done. Most of them didn't receive their airdrops, but okay, we're told that, okay, everybody will be paid, but they are worried that, okay, how is support gonna pick them there in the system? What if they are left behind again?
Okay.
What if, okay, they were suggesting that maybe if there's a way, maybe that Tebele appoints one of the support people is working with, maybe giving us, I don't know, an email saying, okay, Eswatini, you address your issues to this email. Because sometimes they send their emails, they don't go through, I don't know.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's
I
a
think they
problem.
can. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
think they can assign someone from the support team to to assist probably to handle these issues. It really is very urgent. So
because honestly, in the in the groups as leaders, we've tend to be support people, but most of the cases we can't solve them. We try
yeah.
reaching to you, but we can't get help. I always call, send messages to you, but you don't even open my inbox, my leadership.
Dadel Tebe.
Peter, on the issue of assigning a team member to a country, I think that one we will have to look into its practicality, because now we have so many countries, and South Africa in particular is one of the biggest, and you have so many people, and it will require not just one, but up to maybe 5 or so. But I think on the people who are having, like I said, those who have the status as paid on their dashboards, but when we go into the IFA scan, they are not paid. The way we have designed the access for the SEDEX team, they have access to the IFA scan is public, and then they also have access to our system. So they are able in that dashboard of the SEDEX team, they are able to see they are able to see all the shareholders information, and also they are able to see the number of tokens you qualify for. If you are A plus B, and then you qualify for 2,000, they have your address, the number of tokens you qualify for, and then also that way, if now you are A plus B, and they realize that on the ether scan you appear with, say, maybe 200 tokens, whereas you were supposed to receive 2,000. Those discrepancies, those differences, the system is able to pick them up. So we have, let me, maybe I can try to, just that now it will reveal personal information about people, but I could open that interface. Now that we are live on Tor, it will show the IDs of people and all that, which I don't think many people will like. But we do have those reports that are able to pick different incidents where people are marked as paid in the system, but are not there in the IFA scan. So all those, they are taken care of. But this one of assigning people to countries, we'll have to look into it, Peter, and maybe decide on how we can approach it, because it can be done with countries like Eswatini, Botswana, but now when the other countries are big, even Lesotho, we have so many people, but we'll see how we can do it.
Yes, because with Eswatini, I think the owners are not more than 3,000. So Eswatini is a small country. I think if you can assign just one that we can work with, the people can be happy.
No, we will look into it and then and then we'll let you know. I remember I still have your contacts. I will communicate to you.
Please, that.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good on yourself?
Great.
Fantastic. Are we going to see any price increment?
No. Price increment like in the packages? Oh.
Yeah, the packages.
No, we just thought that it would be much better to restore it to the earlier arrangement that we had before. So we are not going to have any price increments.
So the minimum will still be 1,000 Rand.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I wanted to know, you did mention that if we do speed up on the Weownomy Pay, we might speed up the process and perhaps maybe we might get paid between the 1st or 2nd week October. Am I correct?
Yes, absolutely. Because what is happening is that SADC Exchange wants to be sure how the commercial trade will happen. So the commercial trades will happen by people trading and then integrating it with Weownomy Pay. So what we need to do is they will ask us how is the readiness of the Weownomy Pay platform. So that's what we want is to make sure that by next week people can use it, they can onboard, get all their names in there, and then they will be the one who will issue the final debt. So the final debt, so that we can readjust what is on the counter. So they can say, okay, fine, we have integrated it with SADC Exchange, and we believe this is going to work like this, and then they're satisfied that it's okay. We can really even get the whole process satisfactorily started. And then that's the whole thing, because the whole thing is to make sure that people trade and they get paid. They don't just trade and then the payouts don't really work out. So that will bring a lot of confusion. So they want to make sure that the whole, from when someone gets onto the Weownomy Pay, gets through the trade and then back, that everything will work well. But the onboarding is a very critical part. The whole process will work well, but we need to onboard not only our shareholders or co-owners, but other people who are also going to use it for the trade. So
okay. So oh, sorry about that. What I wanted to say is that we as co-owners can rest assured that the 30,000 will be paid before the launch in November.
Yeah, no, they will be paid before the launch of November, absolutely.
Hello?
Yes, they will be paid before the launch of November.
Okay, and then also from your side, Peter, if you can also just, because I can see in the groups, there's just a lot of negativity or confusion, or is it anxiety? I just want to know from your side, will we be expecting any more delays?
We wouldn't be expecting any
because
more
the
delays.
countdown is there, and I already can see on the group that not everybody is excited, but what can we do? But I just wanted to know, should we prepare ourselves for more delays?
No, because this is what is happening. We have already submitted all that is required to SADC Exchange. We have released that website, which is actually the commercial approach of how everything will work. And that's what I've been telling people in the presentation. They should just appreciate the process. The process is very, very important. It's not about the delays. Most of these people just joined 2-3 months, and they're very, lucky to see that this whole process goes very fast. So what happens is we have now the Weon website, because there are two things. SADC Exchange needs to get a clear understanding of how everything will work. And that's what the website completely, it educates not only the co-owners, but also SADC Exchange. They need that so that they can be able to finalize their approvals. And once they finalize that, then everything has to follow as agreed on the website, and make sure that the whole process works very well. And that means that the whole of this month there will be preparation to really make sure that we prepare and get everyone, because it's their first time. And we wouldn't want to say that there will not be challenges in this month whereby people lose their wallets and stuff like that. So the reason we had to dedicate at least the whole of September is to make sure that we have all of the different little issues that people have, and especially to enable them to make sure that when they transfer their Weons, everything is done well, so that we can comfortably communicate to SADC Exchange and say, no, we've finished everything, our team is ready, our payment process is ready, And now we can go ahead and have the trades. And that's what exactly they will do on our readiness part. And it's okay, fine. Then an official letter will come out within this month from SADC Exchange after they're confident that everything regarding how we have structured the commercial trade model is okay, and are comfortable that it can also work well integrated with the exchange, and that's it. And then from there, we should have a date which will be communicated in this month, so that by October the trades will go on as successful. So it's not about delaying, it's more about the process that needs to be well prepared and make sure that when the trade starts, everything works out very well.
Okay, fantastic. Looking forward. Hopefully we'll get it right this time.
Yeah, and we have achieved.
Now, money in our bank.
Yeah, we have achieved a great deal to actually have that website communicate everything and put everything out there. So yeah, it's everyone will see. Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you, Dr.
Peter?
Thank you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. You are speaking to Evangelist Jackson Molomo from South Africa.
Thank you, Evangelist. Happy to hear
yes,
from you.
I've got a problem, and I upgrade my downliner from class D to class C.
Yes.
But on the class D, and then I submit my proof of payment. So on class D, still showing the 500 shares. So when I track the certificate, the proof of payment already I submitted there, but it says there's a 10,000 shares. So can you help me there? Because I'm confused now. On the what you call class D, it says 500 shares. When I check the certificate, is 500. And then when I check the certificate, it says 10,000 shares. So I need to clarify there.
Oh, so you're saying it's not coming up well?
You know, when I open what you call, when I open my back office on the Weownomy.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, there when I download the certificate says 500. It's 500 shares because it's class G, but now I upgrade from class D to class C. So there's no changes there. When I track the certificate, you know, when I use the ID to track the certificate.
Yeah.
And then there's a download certificate there. When I check the certificate, it says 10,000 shares.
Okay. That'll tell you.
Yes, Peter. Yeah, on that one, I think the upgrade wasn't done. Because if the upgrade is done, you should be able to see a different dashboard, the one for for class C. So we had that email of whereby we said people should send their queries regarding the upgrades. We still have a team that is looking into that.
So can I get that email address? Hello.
Yes, there's it's office@weownomy.global.
Okay, let me write it down here. It's office
at weownomy.global.
At Weownomy.
.global.
Okay, dot global. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO. And then another question, the last question I have, here we're talking about the payment. I'm happy, Mr. CEO. And then even me, last time I was sending you a message about my issue, and then I managed to fix my issue. and I
Okay.
managed to help another people about the self-key wallet, because if the people they've got the self-key wallet, because I read more and then I know to recover I know to help people to recover their wallet as long as they have got the seed and the password. So you are talking about the payment. Are we still going to receive? Let me give example with 1,000. If somebody join with 1,000, and then maybe I receive 171,000. So are we still going to receive 171,000, or are we still going to receive maybe two payments or three payments?
I know that, here you're receiving the trades based on the trade. So the very first trade is the very first payment that you receive, and then the next trade will be done on a monthly manner. So so now it's just a very fast trade, which is recorded based on the weons that you're receiving, is what exactly you're going to receive as your cash payment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I received two payment, and then I didn't expect to receive two payment. So what is going to happen? Because now I expect to receive one payment, and then I think they make mistake to pay double there. So what is going to happen about that?
Okay, so what can happen then? You can remain with the other one, and then you can only cash out the first weons and then leave the other one in the wallet for the next month.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you take it, then what will happen is that we will have thought that you've taken your payments for 2 months.
Okay, no, it's better. It's better. Let me take it all because I want to upgrade.
Yeah.
I want to upgrade to class B. So
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be simple to take all and then upgrade to class B. Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. God bless you more. You are doing a good job. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you more and more and more.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Fine, thanks. How are you, Dr. Peter and Dr.
Glad.
We are great here. Thank you for the presentation. I've got, okay, my name is Buitatelo. I'm in South Africa.
Okay.
I've got one question. I didn't hear you talk about AX.
Yeah.
Yes, and then how much of okay, is AE, are you going to pay AEX with owns as well?
Yeah, AEX also, AEX is the parent company of Weownomy, and definitely every AEX shareholder has an equivalent amount of the same shares he has in AEX in Weownomy. So if it's 100,000 that you have in AEX, it's just the same equivalent that you also get paid in Weownomy.
Oh, okay. So when is that one? Because I've got AX and Weownomy, I only, and class C as well. And I only received for class B Weownomy.
Yeah, no, what happens is if you join in AEX, they give you an equivalent, means the shares of AEX are totally different from Weownomy, but you will be able to get the same amount you have in AEX in Weownomy. So if it's 100,000 of AEX, you get an additional bonus of 100,000 in Weownomy without paying anything. So automatically, if you're an AEX shareholder, you have that without even asking. So as we know that you should now have 2,000 weons in that regard.
And then for class C, because I also have paid for class C as well.
Yeah, so now you'll get 2,200.
Okay, which means that one is not inclusive of AEX. It's
No, it's not, because the shares of AEX are different. They will trade differently.
Okay, when is the trade for AX going to be?
Once we get Weons getting started, the due diligence of AEX is also following up. So they are now they're now finalizing the one of Weons.
All right.
Yeah.
Any time frame for that?
No, it should be right away because we have already paid for AEX, but we requested them to complete this one because AEX is listing on a traditional stock exchange. It's not listing on a digital like Weons. So once they're done with Weons, which I believe they're finalizing, they'll get started with the one of AEX.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn. Okay, guys, I think we can call it a day. It's now going a little bit.
Wow. Okay. Hello again. Why is it quiet? Hello, are you still there?
I don't think so, leader. You didn't hear the CEO saying, let's call it a day? I think it's only us.
Yeah, because I'm like, so why is everything quiet? Am I off air now? But usually
my apologies, but I think we waited for some questions to come through, but they were not coming through. So was thinking we can call it a day. Yeah, well, I think we have tried to respond to as many questions as possible, not unless there is maybe one or two that we can take, and then we end the meeting. For the people who had whose certificates were not ready and yet they uploaded their proof of payments, I think they can check now. And many of them I see we have updated about 3,800. Yeah, if you uploaded the proof of payment on the system. If there are no more questions, please let's stop our meeting here. I can see we still have more hands, but we have. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Tabele.
Yes, ma'am, still here.
My one downline certificate is still not ready.
Do you have the proof of payment uploaded?
Yes, we have uploaded it.
Is it because the other thing is sometimes if they are not named correctly, you find that some people write their name. So when we run this now, those ones, then they are the ones that we have to do manually. Did you name the document as and proof of payment?
Yes, the document is written non-tobe conchona, POP as in proof of payment is labeled like that.
Okay, let me do this and see, because now if it is not named you wrote your name on it, then those ones I would have to check manually because the system is only able to pick those that are named the way we said. If you named it POP or proof of payment, then we are able to pick them very quickly and validate. But I'll still I'll pick those that are not named correctly, and then we will have to do them manually so that it won't be a quicker process like this one that I've just done.
Okay, yeah, because I name them, I give them names because sometimes people don't do the payments correctly. So I give it the name of the person I'm paying for and that it is a proof of payment. I write the name of the person and say proof of payment.
Okay, no, I'll check that. Okay, no problem. I will try to pick those that, like I said, those that are not named the way we recommend. But I understand the reason you are doing it. We'll pick them, and I'll see maybe if I can be able to do them even before, maybe just now. I'll see what I can do. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. I think we are at the end of our meeting, and thank you very much for your time. And also, yes, we are doing all we can do to make sure that the process goes quicker, because the waiting has we have waited so long, and I know people some are getting impatient, but let's just understand that the process there is a significant progress that has been made, and we are just waiting now for the confirmation from SEREX as to when it is the big day, and then that will now lead us. Even the issue of the Weownomy pay, it is not going to take long, because the system is also complete. It's just to set it live, which will happen around this week. So actually there is a significant progress that has been made, and we just need to be a little more patient, and then we will have everything that we have waited for, and then it will now come into we'll now be able to realize what we have been waiting for. So thank you very much for your patience and everything. We are doing our best to make sure that we deliver all the promises that are made. Thank you very much. Let us please stop our meeting here, and then we'll meet again. We'll still communicate during the week, and then also in the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Tatan Tembola,
Yes, ma'am.
how are you?
I'm good, ma'am. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I'm Isabella from Namibia. May you perhaps give me your email address so that I may email you my concern?
The one for office at weownomy.global. You can send the message there. I'll be able to attend to it.
Okay. Thank you so much.